as a universe, and that we are able to sense this in each other. We connected because of our empathetic female brains. As time went on, I began to have doubts about offering such a noble soul as sacrifice. Why did she have to... The flight test was a narrow success, and she miraculously made it back alive, but her mind and body were horribly mangled, and there was nothing I could do for her. We were no longer one and the same. She went away, and I, having nothing else to live for, immersed myself in AI research, hoping that no one would ever have to make her sacrifice again.
I never knew.
It's not really worth knowing. We were ships passing in the night, that's all. Perhaps someday I'll tell you the long version, if you're interested.
That was quite a warm welcome you gave me at the base in Costa Rica.
Sorry about that, but I simply had to know.
The boss's final act?
Yes, by inputting her thoughts and actions into the AI, I was imbuing it with her mind. The only thing I couldn't understand was her final act.
Operation Snake Eater.
Official history says she betrayed her homeland and defected to the enemy, and was killed by you. But it didn't make sense. The boss would be the last person on Earth to betray her country. It was logically inconsistent.
It was, wasn't it?
That internal inconsistency prevented the AI from activating properly. Just as Hal malfunctioned in the film, I understood the reasoning, but I had to have proof. Proof of her final act, her true intentions, one way or another.
So you tried to squeeze it out of me, huh?
As a matter of fact, I did. Your silence was the very answer I was looking for.
That white horse the boss rode.
The Andalusian, yes.
How'd it get to Costa Rica?
I went looking for it. It was her final witness. Even if it couldn't speak, I found it and brought it here.
Where? I thought for sure it'd be blown to ashes by those MiGs.
I searched the ends of the earth for that horse, and found it at last in a horse market in Britain.
Britain? Are you saying it came all the way over the Ural Mountains, through Europe, and across the English Channel?
Who knows, really? Perhaps someone took it there.
Wait, the thought never occurred to you that it might be a different Andalusian that only looks the same?
I can't prove it. Or rather, I couldn't.
What do you mean?
You should know best of all. That horse wouldn't let anyone ride it. And believe me, I nearly killed myself trying. The only one it allowed on its back was you. That was the proof, though I hate to admit it.
And to think, I ran it to its death.
But in that last run, it regained the glory of its youth, using the last of its strength to pursue its former master. Any horse would wish for such a fine end.
What do you make of Peace Walker's final act?
I recreated her thought patterns exactly. It was exactly what she would have done. The world's most empathetic mind weighed the past, the future, and the entire world, and decided not to retaliate. Merely knowing that is enough for me.
So, what you're saying is, we don't need deterrence to have peace?
I didn't say that. What's important is that we wish for peace. MSF needs a way to protect itself from the might of nations. Survival requires pragmatic thought and action. But you must still retain your ideals. If the gap between reality and those ideals ever leads you to lose them, I doubt MSF will survive.
Strangelove. Is that a code name?
No, just a nickname. Don't tell me you don't recognize it. From Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. It's a film that came out in 1964. A dark comedy about the absurdity of nuclear deterrence.
You were in a movie?
No, stupid. I got my nickname because of that movie.
Why? Because you look like the doctor in the movie?
No, That Dr. Strangelove was a man.
So?
Back when I was at ARPA, I kept a photo of the boss on my desk. I was totally engrossed in my research and showed no interest in the opposite sex. Plus, I had a photo of a woman on my desk. The fools around me turned it into a cruel taunt, calling me Strangelove. Even for a bunch of shut-ins who never went out to the cinema, that title seemed to ring true with them. Anyhow, in their eyes, homosexuality was something strange. They were incapable of seeing things outside the lens of their own standards. Being strange means you have your own unique point of view. I rather considered it an honor.
So, you were with ARPA before you came here, huh?
Yes, back then it was really the only place I could make a living from my AI research.
And before that?
I started out at NASA. That's where I met her.
When Boss went into space?
Yes. It was that incident that turned me away from aerospace engineering. Space is entirely too hazardous a place for human beings. That was why I felt an immediate need to develop AI. As it turned out, rockets later became much safer, and mankind reached the surface of the moon. In any event, it was a hollow Cold War victory. When you get down to it, a nuclear missile is just a rocket with a nuclear warhead strapped to it. Thus, taking the initiative in the space race was tantamount to a military show of force.
But the budgetary strain was too big for Washington or Moscow to handle.
Yes, and then there was the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Vietnam War, and then came détente. Having leapt ahead of the Soviet Union with its moon landing, America shut down the Apollo program in '72. It was around then that ARPA was downsized and renamed DARPA, the D standing for Defense. With few prospects for continuing my AI research, Coldman's invitation was a godsend. It was also a chance to have them collect data on her.
The end result being this mess.
But we did learn something valuable from her. The nobility of peace.
Why'd you agree to come here? To Mother Base?
You intrigued me.
Me? Hold on. You're not planning on modeling your next AI after me?
Not a bad idea, but I have no intention of ever again attempting to transplant human thought into machines.
Oh, that's a relief.
You are the man who inherited the boss's will. You're gathering people around you, even now, shaping them, building a new organization. I'd like to see how it turns out.
You're not planning to go back to AI research?
I never said such a thing. Of course my work will continue.
Here?
In my eyes, the growth of MSF as an organization is analogous to the development of the nervous system. The way you become intertwined, stimulate each other, branch out in new directions. It's really quite inspirational.
Interesting way to put it.
Of course, I intend to repay you for your hospitality. The fruits of my research will be at your disposal. Why not assign me to the R&D team? I promise you won't be disappointed.
You know, that ID card I got from Huey wouldn't let me into the lab.
Of course not. I deactivated it.
Why?
As though I'd let him into my lab.
Oh, you don't seem to care for him much, even though you two are in the same field.
Oh, please. For starters, I can't stand that wishy-washy attitude of his. If he's got something to say to me, he should be a man and come say it in person, not write some furtive letter.
But if his card doesn't work, how's he supposed to—
And another thing, the way he always demeans himself. Every other sentence begins with, I could be wrong, but... Why can't he just do what he does and be confident about it?
Well, there was the thing about his dissertation being plagiarized.
The real problem is he doesn't have a whit of independence in him. In Costa Rica, and even back at NASA, he was always following people around, asking if there was some way he could help. Why doesn't he stop his whining, take a stand, and face up to me?
I think I know how he feels.
And to top it all off, he seems to enjoy referring to himself by that nickname I gave him. I simply don't get it. How can he be so submissive?
So, Huey was a nickname you gave him.
That's right. I took it from the name of a drone in the science fiction film Silent Running.
Drone?
It's a type of worker robot. The way he follows people, just waiting for them to boss him around, is so similar. I couldn't help myself. Oh, it's an American film directed by Douglas Trumbull, the man who did the special effects for 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Imagine that. A scientist who likes science fiction.
And that's not all.
There's more.
He's a man.
Hang on. I seem to remember you saying he should be more of a man.
Yes. Well, he is an awfully good scientist. Without his reptile pod, my mammal pod wouldn't function, just as the cerebrum can't exist without the cerebellum and the brainstem. He did a fine job of designing it. I'll give him that.
That sounded suspiciously like praise.
It's merely an objective observation. I like people who possess the will to move forward. I have no time for those who refuse to take control of their lives. Until he does, my opinion remains the same.
What are you guys going on about? Camp DRK, what? I should probably catch up with the chat. Young Snow being triggered. Camp DRK has not seen much action in a long time.
So, you and Cecile seem to be enjoying yourselves back at that lab.
What are you insinuating? I only kept her because I didn't want our secret to be known.
And the personal baths? You could have left her in there alone and locked the door from the outside.
Yes, well, she seemed anxious, so I...
Now, why would she be anxious?
She was beautiful. I was only admiring her beauty.
She was terrified.
I never meant her any harm. She knew that. I know she did.
But she felt like she was in enough danger to run away.
No matter what I did, if Coltman found her, she would have been... You're right. The truth is, I wanted to save her. But not if it meant forestalling the completion of Mammal.
So you made it easy for her to escape?
Do you really think I am that soft? I'll admit security wasn't exactly tight. It wouldn't have been difficult for her to escape from the building.
Seemed like she had a rougher time after she got out.
At any rate, I never did anything to her to deserve any blame. Is that clear?
Okay. I believe you.
Huey's probably mentioned this, but just to be clear, there's a limit to the parts we can produce here at Mother Base. Therefore, I've built Zeke's AI using memory boards you pulled from other AI weapons.
Will that work?
In the human brain, individual functions are spread across multiple regions. The same is true of AI. Multiple parts sharing the same function interlink to strengthen that function. For example, the more sensor memory boards you have, the greater Zeke's search and detect capabilities will be. Install more movement boards, and you'll increase its mobility.
Meaning the AI's capabilities change depending on how much memory we give it?
Exactly. The more boards you install, the more powerful a function will be.
Download more RAM. Okay, hold on. I should have done these first, but whatever.
But you know, there's something I've never been able to figure out. Is the Cold War really a war, or is it really peace?
Doc, what do you...
People called it a Cold War, but I disagreed. Sure, nuclear stockpiles are increasing, threats are multiplying. The US and the Soviet Union have enough power to destroy the human race 100 times over. But nobody's actually being killed. Small-scale conflicts and proxy wars, maybe, but nuclear deterrence has averted another world war. The world's far more peaceful today than it was before. And the breakthroughs we've made in space exploration, thanks to Cold War competition? Fantastic, don't you think?
No. We didn't need to rush into space like that. Going into space may have been mankind's dream, but good people were sacrificed in the scramble.
Maybe so. NASA's definitely got some skeletons in its closet.
Same goes for the nuclear arms race. Atomic testing has killed civilians and exposed thousands to radiation.
Believe me, I know. And now, this. What peace was I trying to protect anyway? The more I think about it, the less I understand. Nuclear deterrence means preventing the use of nuclear weapons in conflicts between states. But what about other situations?
Like what?
Terrorism has been on the rise in recent years, from separatist movements to far-left extremists. What would happen if nuclear weapons fell into terrorists' hands? Without a state, that is, without territory of their own, the chances of having nukes used against them are slim. They have no reason to fear a nuclear strike. Conversely, they have no reason to hesitate to use nukes against their adversaries.
You've got a point. All the ICBMs and strategic bombers in the world amount to nothing against a terrorist group.
Right. Of course, this is all still hypothetical. Countries keep their nukes under tight watch. There's no immediate danger of terrorists getting their hands on them. But the day may come when the proposition of nuclear terrorism makes nuclear deterrence theory a dead letter.
Nuclear terrorism. Interesting.
Interesting. More Metal Gear games. Here we go.
Snake, how much do you know about the U.S. Homeland Air Defense Network?
I don't know much about what goes on up in the sky. What I do know is that NORAD tracks Santa Claus on its radar.
Nice one. I didn't know you were a comedian, too.
Huh? No, I'm serious. It's true, NORAD tracks his... Listen to me. Every December they set up a hotline and...
Okay, I get it.
He's real, I tell ya. He used to bring me presents and...
Okay, Snakey. As all good little boys know, keeping tabs on Santa Claus is a very important job for NORAD. But they also have another mission. The one they were created for. And the system they set up for that has been hijacked by Coldman.
You mean Peace Walker's fake data transmissions?
NORAD's early warning system is composed of DSP satellite-mounted infrared sensors and an array of surveillance radar stations across North America. The network sends out warnings to NORAD at Cheyenne Mountain, where the data undergoes human evaluation. Peace Walker, on the other hand, has to make its retaliation decisions autonomously. So it's set up to automatically receive the same data as NORAD through covert channels. Those channels were also used on the test platform to telemeter the AI's decision-making. Peace Walker reversed the system to transmit a fake warning about incoming nuclear missiles outside the usual exercise schedule. I mean, the system could have used better safeguarding. Nobody's going to argue with that. But cracking the AI? That seemed unimaginable. And you can see what happened. You ever see the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey?
Can't say I have.
Fantastic flick. The outer space special effects are incredible enough, but the depiction of AI is what really stands out.
There's an AI?
Yeah, a spacecraft pilot AI called HAL. It plays a major role in the story. Dr. Strangelove loves it too. Did I ever tell you about the time we first met up in Costa Rica?
No.
You know how she hates men, right? So we hadn't seen each other since NASA, and we just weren't hitting it off. Until we started talking about HAL, and then she started going off. The way she talked about it was so intellectual. The way she analyzed every plot detail, how passionate she was about the AI. It made me fall for her all over again.
Yeah.
You know what? Here's to Hal for bringing her and me closer together. You should ask her about 2001 too. Then you'll understand just how amazing she is.
Amazing, huh?
Hal. Now there's a good name.
Or Otacon. He hates his name.
By the way, Kaz, who do you think's our queen bee?
Good question. I was thinking maybe Poss.
I was thinking Strangelove.
I can see that. Or maybe Cecile.
On second thought, I might go with Amanda.
How about this, Snake? We'll have an army of queen bees.
Sure. Why not?
Can you believe the CIA and KGB were actually in cahoots?
Never thought I'd see that at the station chief level. But I'd heard stories of operatives in the field being on friendly terms.
Seriously?
Most espionage takes place in political hotspots, as you'd expect. But there aren't that many of those kinds of places, especially in a small country. Hang around long enough, and you're bound to run into fellow spies. Like it or not. You start saying hello, and soon enough you're eating dinner together.
Strange bedfellows, huh?
Well, I don't know about that. At any rate, this kind of fiasco is what happens when spies get too familiar. Hard to believe, but some people will betray anyone and anything if it suits their interests.
The strength of Humint is in its appeal to human emotions, but its weakness is in its susceptibility to those same emotions. That's why the tide in the intelligence world is shifting towards SIGINT, a network of cold, digital data, where feelings are irrelevant. Snake, you got a sec?
What's up?
Prime Minister Gary of Grenada is asking the UN to set up an agency to study the UFO problem.
Grenada? That island in the Caribbean?
He gave the press a bunch of photos. Says they prove the existence of UFOs. One of them caught my eye.
That's the...
Yep. The weapon Huey called the Chrysalis.
Kaz, this is the photo I gave to Chico. He said something about selling it off as a photo of a UFO.
Looks like it found its way into the pages of a magazine.
But why would the Prime Minister of a country believe tabloid trash like that?
There's been reports all over the Americas of abductions and cattle mutilations lately.
You think that true?
I think the CIA might be involved.
If they are, then Gary could be.
I know. If he digs too deep, he's gonna get himself into trouble.
But Grenada's right next door to Cuba.
I guess that would make it tough for the CIA to intervene, in a sense.
Upsetting the domestic balance of power could cause it to go red all of a sudden.
True. Well, in any case, it's not like we can do anything about it. Just wanted to let you know.
Gotcha. I'll be careful not to let any more photos leak.
Hey, Snake, I've been thinking. Maybe Che couldn't find a place for himself outside the battlefield either.
How so?
He led the Cuban Revolution to victory. That's quite an accomplishment. He could have called it quits there and nobody would have blamed him. But he left behind a loving family and a cabinet post to plunge back into the struggle. First in the Congo, then in Bolivia where he met his end.
You're overthinking things. Che went back to the battlefield because he was needed there. Read his farewell letter, then you'll understand.
Some say he was too idealistic to fit in with the government.
Too many scruples, most likely.
Maybe so, but I still can't help thinking the reason you look up to Che is because you see something of yourself in him. You left your country behind and plunged into battle. You wander from one battlefield to another, going wherever you're needed.
Che was a revolutionary as well as a warrior. He took up arms to fight for his beliefs. I don't do what I do for any ideology. I'm a warrior. Nothing more. Nothing less.
Okay,
the
boss.
fuck?
You're right. Just wanted to see how we stacked up against a real hero.
Wait, I think you guys were memeing about this, right? But okay, you never know, cause yeah, duct tapes. Now, for some reason, we get his upbringing tape now. Okay, that's a good one.
March 10th, 1945. 381,300 cluster bombs were dropped on Tokyo. Japanese houses at the time were almost all made of wood. In that single day, a third of Tokyo burned to the ground. My mom lost her family and home in that raid. She had to move to Yokosuka and live with her cousin. The B-29s kept on coming, razing other major cities throughout Japan without mercy. Then, in August, they dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and Japan surrendered to the United States at last. After that, Yokosuka was flooded with American soldiers come to occupy the country. My mother was still in her mid-teens, and she learned from her cousin how to survive in that town, by servicing the troops. That's how she met my father, and how I was born. My father was an officer serving with the government section of Allied GHQ under General Whitney. Whitney was known as MacArthur's shadow, and my father rode his coattails to a pretty high rank. While he was in Japan, he treated my mom like a wife. After he went back to the States, though, she never heard from him. I wasn't born until after he went back. My mom raised me as a single mother. She used the money my father left her to open a shop selling cigarettes and stuff to occupation troops. It was a decent living, but I didn't have citizenship. They're working to change the law now, but back then if your father was unknown, you couldn't get onto the Japanese family register. And in Japan, that means you can't be Japanese. So as I watched the American soldiers around town, I said to myself, I'm a son of America, the victor. My hair and eyes were different from the skinny, downtrodden Japanese around me. I told myself I'd leave this country someday and return to my true homeland. When I was around 10 years old, my mom fell ill, pretty much leaving me to run the shop in her place. One day I found a single picture of my father in the back of a drawer in the shop. I'd show it to the American soldiers who came into the store. A few years went by before one of them told me who he was. I know him, that's Miller. I started asking other guys, do you know where Miller is now? Can anybody tell me where Colonel Miller is now? Turns out he'd left the service and was making a living as an instructor for soldiers in Virginia. It was one of his students who finally told me that. I wrote him a letter in English. I'm your son. I want to go to the United States. Day after day I waited. Then just when I was about to give up, the post office delivered my future to the door. My father sent me some money. I thought my dream was going to come true. I was only thinking of myself. So I went to my bedridden mother and convinced her to let me go. My father arranged for a car to pick me up. It was jet black. When the neighborhood kids who'd always made fun of my hair saw it, their jaws practically hit the ground. I put my mom in a hospital and went on my own to America. When I met my father for the first time, he was living alone in a big house. He told me he'd lost his son, his American son, in Vietnam. He showed me a picture of my older brother. I guess that and his divorce left my father feeling lonely, which is probably why he finally took an interest in me. He'd retired from teaching. He was stooped over, could hardly walk, but he gave me two things: the name Miller and money for school. I used it to learn English and then go to college. America was exhausted from years of fighting in Vietnam. They were waging war in a foreign land, while at home, people were screaming for peace. Right after I graduated, I went back to Japan, alone. My father refused to see my mom. It was the first time I'd seen her in years, and she wouldn't even look at me. At first, I thought she was mad at me, but that wasn't it. Disease had taken her mind. A disease she got while she was young and desperate. She didn't even know who I was. I said, Mom, it's me, Kazuhira. As I spoke, the sound of my own voice rang in my ears. Katsuhira, the name my mom gave me. It means peace in Japanese. I was Japanese. At least, I was the son of this tiny Japanese woman. It was then, for the first time, that I understood the reason, the emotion that inspired my mother to give me that name. She'd watched her hometown and family go up in flames. Her body and her mind were ravaged by war. And yet she chose to have a child named Peace, with a man who was once her enemy. Japan lost the war. But what good is war as a measure of a country? Since the war and up until the oil shock last year, Japan's economy has grown every single year. It's on its way to becoming a stronger country than ever. I stayed in Japan and joined the JSDF. I was 22 at the time. I did it to pay our bills. But it wasn't just that. I could have found work anywhere, and I knew it. And still, I couldn't think of anything else to do with myself. 2 years later, I didn't have to worry about Mom's hospital bills anymore. I left the JSDF and went back to the States. My father was already dead and buried. I was told he'd shot himself in the head. America crushed Japan, but it also crushed my father. My American dream was over. After that, I drifted around and, well, you know the rest. GHQ made women like my mother. It made Japan's peace constitution and the JSDF. And it made me. I was spawned by war. But I don't want to die in one. I won't die for a country, and I won't live like a pauper. I won't have my fate decided by some family register. So as long as I stick with you, boss, I've got a good feeling none of that will happen.
I was trying to catch what Dim was talking about there at the end, but what? Okay. So now...
I have a favor to ask you, Snake.
Name it.
I want you to give me a job here. I want to help out.
You sure? You just went through a hell of a time. You should probably take it easy until you're settled.
Thank you. But there must be something I can do. You would not want me near a gun. But I am a decent cook.
Now there's a skill we can use.
Put me on the mess hall team. I think I can handle it. Once I get used to it, I will even add in some Costa Rican recipes.
Sounds like a plan.
Now we gotta do stuff until the doorknob decides to escape. We should build Zeke, get the nuke, get the call about it.
Amanda, you getting used to Mother Base?
Yes, it is heaven compared to living in the mountains. We are no longer constantly on the run from La Guardia or mercenaries.
Some of the new guys we recruited used to be mercenaries.
We are getting along. It was difficult at first, but once you talk to them, you realize we've got plenty in common.
I see. Good to hear.
We may be enemies, but we are all still human beings. La CIA's soldiers, La Guardia. The same goes for the people of America.
What's gotten into you?
Mi viejo got involved with drugs in order to scrape together money for La Revolucion. He did whatever the KGB said, all for Nicaragua, or so he told himself. But I realize now, in the end, all he did was help poison young people of America.
Yeah.
I have made up my mind. Even when I leave Mother Base and return to La Revolucion, I will never turn to drugs, nor will I look to the KGB for help. If we topple Somoza using the KGB and drug money, we will lose the people's hearts.
So, you're choosing a different path from your father.
I still respect him, but I will not do things the way he did.
Well, I'm sure Chico will be glad to hear that.
Chico is a grown soldier now. I could not face him otherwise.
Well said, Amanda. Those are the words of a true Comandante.
Stop. I was inspired by the greatest Comandante I have ever known. Boss.
Okay, so the first thing we should do is probably a couple more Chrysalis battles. Get the radon, get whatever parts we're missing. We're missing the radon for sure, so do that first. Yeah, it's the first save, we just got the first ending. After we get all the relevant stuff here, finishing Zeke, Zornov escaping a couple times, then we'll switch to the more complete save.
That thing needs to be eliminated once and for all.
Where is that thing going? Oh, nice. Gameplay.
Fog's getting thick. Careful you don't lose sight of that chopper. The chopper had a red lamp on it. You should be able to see that through the fog.
you bitch.
Shake it off, Snake. Don't stop moving.
The kidnappers just fucking kill themselves. Fries. Would you like some fries?
Attack the AI pod to destroy its hatch. Hurry up and get in the AI pod. Otherwise it'll reactivate. Pull out all the unlocked memory boards. Pull out the memory boards.
Shit, we have some
All the
attack boards.
unlocked
Hopefully
will
them
have
fuck up
icons
the
over them.
railgun. Oh, I think I already have one actually. Shit, Starknado.
You remove can be used to
You're
build
going
your
into
own
the mess
AI
hall
weapon.
team.
Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want. If you attack
And
parts
chicken
on the
nugget.
exterior of the machine, the memory boards that control those parts should light up. You can tell what a memory board does by looking at its color when it lights up.
And me's going into the mess hall team too. And Hep Mind. If he was here. Viewers definitely going to the brig.
Snake,
She played me like a piano.
forget about it.
Wrong instrument. Another fucking railgun.
Snake, we fitted Zeke with its own AI pod. We were having trouble adjusting the AI, but Dr. Strangelove was able to get it up and running.
Strangelove.
Why the surprise, Snake?
Whoa, we're an army without borders. We need a deterrent against foreign intervention. That's what Zeke is for. It may even prove necessary to...
I'm not against deterrence itself. The problem is when a nation comes to rely on it. All that does is force a burden on its people. The same people that constitute the nation itself. The existence of nations is detrimental to man. That's why I, one without a nation, see potential in MSF. But power is required for you to distance yourself from nations. I will do whatever I can to assist with that.
Glad to hear it.
And I merely lent Huey a helping hand. I will not give Zeke an AI like hers.
I wouldn't expect you to.
Okay, I think that was just for the AI. It's not complete yet. That's how it's going on. we need... I start from the crotch. Every time you start building a Metal Gear, make sure you start from the most important part, the crotch. We only have a Metal Gear crotch right now. Very nice. So we need 2 leg parts and 3 head scraps. Shit, that might take a couple attempts. 2 leg, 3 head, missing, okay. But the crotch is done. I really do want to raid them though. Let's see if we can get it.
Take out the chrysalis. That thing needs to be eliminated once and for all.
Oh, what is that thing doing?
Those rounds will chew through any wall you
Damn,
try
it even
behind.
dodges this? That was weird.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a clock getting thick. Careful you don't lose sight of that chopper. The chopper had a red lamp on it. You should be able to see that through the fog.
Why is it that the lower level support team actually sends you shout grenades and then never again?
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Nah, you piece of shit. Ooh, good thing it clipped through that.
Shake it off, Snake. Don't stop moving.
I'm not. The kidnappers just fuck off when that happens. Nice. I'm trying to hear. Oops, I guess I'm dead. It's that weird pause after I guess. It makes it sound so natural, but I guess that's kind of the point. Oops, I guess I'm dead.
Pull out all the unlocked memory boards. Pull out the memory boards.
Just ask the
All
voice
unlocked
actress
boards
what the
will have
line
icons
was.
over them.
Oh, wait. Ask Miku what she said.
Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want. If you attack parts on the exterior of the machine, the memory boards that control those parts should light up. You can tell what a memory board does by looking at its color when it lights up.
Shit, still no radon.
Snake, we've got a problem.
Uh-oh.
Zadornov's not in his cell.
Zadornov.
He must have used his prosthetic as a blowtorch to cut through the bars. But we've managed to narrow down his location using a transmitter we planted on him. I'm adding a new mission. Find the KGB agent Zadornov. Take out the chrysalis. That thing needs to be eliminated once and for all. Those drones will chew through any wall you try to hide behind.
Returning to normal mode.
Fog's getting thick. Careful you don't lose sight of that chopper. If you lose sight
I think you put too many spaces in that Kiefer quote. Kiefer doesn't do spaces in his speech. Otherwise, American Biogun is oil. It's like American Biogun is oil. Fucking goofy.
Pull out all the unlocked memory boards. Pull out the memory
Hey, you
boards.
got a free
All
sub
the
out of that.
unlocked
Nice.
boards will have icons over them. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want. If you attack parts on the exterior of the machine, the memory boards that control those parts should light up. You can tell what a memory board does by looking at its color when it lights up. Snake.
She played me like a piano.
You get this line every time. Radom, yes. Nice. And we also got head parts. Was I missing head parts or leg parts? Fuck. Let's see.
Package for you, boss.
Oh,
What?
video tapes.
Looks like a cassette tape. Don't worry, it's clean. No trace of explosives or anything. Return address just says Eva.
Eva.
Someone you know?
An old acquaintance.
Oh, the plot thickens. Tidings from an old flame?
Don't start, Kaz. Anyway, I'll check it out later.
Okay, just don't go running off after this chick. We can't afford for you to be distracted right now.
Okay, we're still missing something. Head or leg parts. Oh, we're missing head parts. I just got 2 of them. Damn, we're missing one. Okay. One head part. We should do the doorknob for now. So it counts towards the next one.
Snake, Zadornov has escaped custody. Find him.
Let's rock. Stealth.
Holy shit. 5 whole chapters. Imagine that.
Find Zadornov and bring him back here with Fulton recovery.
Getting all the head parts and all the leg parts and getting 5 of each, it's kind of insane. Is that how it works? I always forget how one insignia works. Not talking about the scraps, talking about the unique ones. And he's not here.
What was that?
He's nuts. A regular prisoner in here. I heard him. Okay, so he's not up there either. Shit, okay, he's gonna be north then. You have all the parts, Battle Axe. So you have 5 Peace Walker legs, 5 Peace Walker heads, 5 Chrysalis heads, 5 Pupa heads, 5 Cocoon heads. All those. Holy fuck, man. How many fucking times did you have to do that? Fight them. Where is north? The 5 confuses me because you need 5 scraps to make 1 part. But then you can also hold 5 of the unique legs and heads. And then you can also hold 5 of each of those parts that you make with 5 scraps. So you would need 25 scraps. Do I understand this right?
The enemy's here.
Shut up.
The enemy's close.
That's not Zadornov. So he better be in here, or he could be over there, maybe. Is he in here? There he is.
Try using Fulton recovery on him. Mission complete. Great job.
So do you need 25 scraps to get 5 of each part, plus the unique ones? Which is also 5 each.
So,
That's crazy.
you found me.
It wasn't hard.
It's rare shit to even get one.
Just going for a stroll.
Kaz, I've got Zadornov, returning home.
Acknowledge, Snake.
I don't fully understand how that works. I never worked with that insignia. But I'll figure it out. Okay, we need a head part.
Careful.
Buff.
Combat.
Shit, wasn't that the head? Fuck.
Destroy the treads on the left and right to stop it from doing its punch attack! That's an AI weapon. The pupa. It's fast, so be careful.
Out. It went under it.
Engaging shock unit.
What the fuck is that?
To avoid getting hit when it charges.
Is that a wire? I never noticed this wire hanging here before. I'll bet it's 1 pixel wide. It's 1 pixel wide. Or deep. One.
Engaging shock unit.
I never noticed this thing before. I thought it was a crack in the wall for a second. There's only... Oh, there's another one over there. Shit. That one's hanging off the ledge there. In the doorway.
Take those lightning rods out.
Shit, I really should have been done by now. Got distracted. Missed. Fuck.
High voltage incoming.
That's an ugly miss.
Blow the hatch and climb into the AI pod.
No way.
Others outside.
All those
They've
misses.
okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Outside. Others outside. Others outside. Others outside.
It's pretty generous with the first one, I guess.
Pull out all the AI's memory boards before the
Why is
pod
there a
ejects it.
sensible word?
The black memory boards are locked. Go after the boards with icons over them. You can unlock memory boards by destroying the mechanical components that they control. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want.
Yeah, I was talking about the non-unique parts. I know you just get them whole for the unique ones. But if you also need 5 of the non-unique ones, the Zeke parts, the original Zeke parts, and that's 5 scraps, and then you can hold 5 each, so you need 25 scraps. Maybe, I don't know, I'm not... probably not gonna figure it out now, but whenever I do it.
That was an There's no need for a...
You play me like a piano. It's much better in the Huey cutscene again, but whatever. In one little part
Snake.
for the head. There we go. And we got the jetpack. Now we'll get the call.
Snake, I'm proud to announce that preparations for Metal Gear Zeke are complete. We can activate it any time.
Got it. Thanks, Huey.
No need to thank me. At least now I can finally say I helped you with something. You can use it in outer ops, too. Just select Zeke when you're forming your unit. Be sure to take it out for a field test.
Okay.
You can change weapons and check memory boards just like before. Use your observations from a field test to make any adjustments.
A work in progress, huh?
There's something I need to discuss with you, boss.
Get to the point, Kaz.
We recovered the nuclear warhead that was loaded onto Peace Walker from the bottom of Lago Kosibalka.
What?
Warheads are radioactive, even if they're relatively stable. If we just left it there, it would contaminate the lake, or fall into the hands of terrorists.
Creating another crisis.
Right. So while the White House is figuring out how to cover its ass, I thought we'd take some precautions.
What did you have in mind?
Load it onto Zeke.
What?
What else would we do with it? Zeke is our deterrent. To protect ourselves from nuclear attack, we need a nuclear weapon ourselves. Of course, if you're not on board, we could always dispose of it. But it won't be easy getting another nuke. This is a golden opportunity. We could always get rid of it later. Load it onto some fishing boat and leave it out in the middle of the ocean. No
Oh,
one would ever know it's there.
that's how you dispose of
But if you want
nukes.
to get rid of it, boss, we'll get rid of it.
No. Don't. As long as there are nukes out there, we need one ourselves if we're going to be a world power.
I knew you'd see it that way, boss. So as long as we stand apart from nations, we need something to put us on equal footing. In a way, MSF is a country itself. And we just became the world's 7th nuclear power.
Nuclear power.
Just dump it in the ocean. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't they think of that? Why even make nuclear storage facilities? What a nice guy. Okay, now that we got Zeke, that call about the nuke is pretty important. Unfortunately, only plays the first time that you complete Zeke. We can do... I mean, we would have to do random shit until Zadornov escapes another 6 times now, but, And then we can do the date with Paz, but it's better if you're doing a complete save. So now is around the time that we would switch saves, I think. That way we have all the stuff. Let me take another look at the tapes. Here you go.
You know, Snake, you're right. As long as we're soldiers without borders, we're going to be a target. We need our own deterrent.
Yeah, we're going to be stepping into a lot of different conflicts as we roam the world, each one unique, and with its own set of geography, ideologies, and politics. If we're going to intervene in those kinds of situations, we need the threat of a Metal Gear.
Unless we want to end up like Che Guevara did in Bolivia.
Well said. Our army without borders doesn't have a land to call home. We're nomads, wanderers. What we need now is a sheepdog to guard our flock.
Right.
Maybe it's not the way the boss would have gone about it, but there are places in this world that need us, and soldiers that need MSF. And as long as we're needed, we'll keep on moving. Ours is a journey that never ends. We're the real Peace Walkers.
Oh, I forgot. This is a tape where he says, "We are the real Peace Walkers." Damn, I guess we really are Metal Gear Solid Peace Walkers. Roll credits. Do they do this shit? And shit, I just realized they do that in every game with a subtitle. We will become the Sons of Liberty. Snake Eater. Guns of the Patriots. We are the real Peace Walkers. The Phantom Pain. Never let out. It only got worse. Every fucking game that has a subtitle. I'm surprised Snake doesn't say I'm the real Metal Gear Solid And MGS1. I guess Portable Ops doesn't do that. Oh shit, you're right. Twin snakes. So it's true. You and I are. Yes, twins. Close enough. But like a literal title drop like that, they all do it. That's funny. Never realized that. What am I doing? I think we should switch saves now. Wait, no, fuck. Forgot to check the other tapes. Because the tapes are good to have on a clean save, so you know when they first show up. And you can play them more or less in order. The Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance. Oh shit.
Hey, what's with all this sighing? You're not your usual self.
Oh, Snake.
Something on your mind?
Huh? No, not really. I guess. Hey, Snake. Girls are funny, you know? You can never tell what they're thinking. They're always doing their own thing. Maybe they really are different from us men.
Whoa, what's this about now? Chico, do you have a crush on somebody?
No, it's not that. I just...
What? Go ahead, you can talk to me.
Whenever I talk to Paz, my heart starts pounding and everything I say comes out wrong.
Paz? I guess she is pretty close to your age.
That ever happened to you, Snake?
Well, sure. Happens to everybody.
Well, how do I talk to her?
That is a tough one. Why don't you try, talking to her like you talk to everybody else?
No, it doesn't work. I freeze up every time I'm around her. Our eyes meet and my face starts burning for some reason.
It's like living on the battlefield. You just have to get used to it. You're nervous at first, but the more you're out there, the more natural it feels. Get your courage up and go talk to her more often.
Oh, okay. Man, girls are more full of mysteries than UMAs.
Oh, you got that right.
Sure, you're Ogopogo. It wasn't even half of Ara.
I gotta say, I'm surprised you helped us arm Metal Gear with nukes.
What of it?
Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful and all, but you sure about this? They may be for MSF self-defense, but they're still nukes. It's essentially the same thing as Peace Walker, which you despised.
See, that's exactly it.
What is?
You don't hide your motives. You tell the truth. That's what makes you different from those CIA bastards. They lay on the charm, win you over. And then, when things get hairy, they turn their backs on you.
I'm just telling it like it is.
Which is why I get the feeling that you wouldn't be stupid enough to use them. Okay, I'll come out and say it. I trust you.
You give me too much credit.
You think so? Besides, there's more uses for bipedal locomotion technology than weapons. We make it small enough, and it could have applications in robotics and prosthetic limbs. Maybe one day I'll even be able to walk.
Nice thought.
I want to stand on my own feet, be master of my own fate, and I'll use your strength to help me do it. If you don't mind, of course.
Nah, it's a fair enough deal.
Thanks. People can change, I know. But I trust you, Snake. I trust you to be the guy I know now.
Oh, Huey trusts him, huh? Okay. Now it's definitely time to go read his letter. Here we go. Hey, long time to see, huh? Sorry for running you out of the blue like this. I've been trying to get in touch, but you haven't been you haven't been answering. Was it something I said? Maybe if so, I apologize. It's just there's something I want to tell you, so I decided to put in a letter. I mean, obviously this isn't the best time and all, but I was, kind of curious about your research and stuff. Speaking of which, how's the pod coming along? I was wondering whether the programming world was working or not. That one links our two AIs together. If it's not, I could always go over and fix it. But that's okay, of course. My own peace of mind, really. You make sure the program is feeling alright. I guess you wouldn't really have program has feelings, would you? Ha ha ha. Alright, I'm getting off track here. So, anyway, I've been meaning to tell you something for the longest time. I've been thinking back when we met in NASA, those were fun times, living the dream, getting to work all the time with the science we love. Ever since then, I've always held your research that is in the highest esteem. No more that you're a wonderful person. Sorry, I don't know what I'm trying to say here. So you disappeared from NASA all of a sudden. I was devastated. That's when it finally dawned on me. I need you for my research, you see. Yes, I know, it's hard to explain. Anyway, when I saw you again in Costa Rica, I could hardly believe it. I thought maybe it was divine intervention, something, like it was written somewhere that we were meant to be like this. You and me, the two of us, from now on, just you and me doing research together. I mean, not just research. Well, there's research, of course. But research can mean so many things, can it? I'm rambling again, sorry, but we don't have much time left. When Peace Walker is finished, that's it, right? That's the end of the project. So what I'm trying to say is, Peace Walker is kind of like something we created together. When it's finished, then we'll... I know, we're not done yet. I need to finish it first, right? Yeah, until we do, I just hope you wouldn't disappear on me like you did last time. Sorry for taking up your time. I wish you the best of luck with your research. Your dear friend, Huey. I think you're a wonderful person. Okay. It's kind of hard to read because it's scrolling fast, yeah, but it's hard to read it out loud. Okay, now we might need to do... Yeah, we have to do a quick mission.
Come in.
Oh, come on. Who gives a shit? Oh, speaking of which, this is also where the doorknob escapes to eventually. Hello there.
Welcome to the shooting range. Just the place for a little target practice, huh? When you're done, head over to the exit.
No, it's a place for a loading screen right now. Bye.
Training exercise complete.
Okay, now we should have a new tape.
Did you, give that letter to Dr. Strangelove?
No.
Why not? I gave it to you for a reason. It's highly important information.
Sorry. I didn't exactly have an opportunity to play postman.
Well, next time you see her, you make sure she gets it.
Oh, yeah, sure. Better for you if she doesn't.
Snake!
What?
Tell me you didn't read the letter.
No.
You did!
I mean, you never know what kind of information could affect the outcome of an operation, right?
So you read the letter, after I specifically told you not to.
What do you expect people to do when you tell them not to read something?
I thought I knew you, Snake. I thought I could trust you. But now I see I was wrong.
Look, I'm sorry, but I just don't get what you see in her.
Well, I wouldn't expect a barbarian who opens other people's private correspondence to understand.
Fine then. Deliver it yourself.
Huh? What? No way. I could never...
You've got a long way to go, Huey.
And then he decides to betray everyone, yeah. Yep. Oh, wow.
Hello? Snake? Mon chéri?
You've been drinking, Cecile?
Can't you please do something about this pest?
Who?
Monsieur Muller!
What's he done now?
Wine.
Wine?
He said he thought the soldiers might tire of having beer all the time. So he's brought in some wine instead. And then he gave me a bunch.
Well, that was nice of him.
But the past 2 years have been bad for French wine. Perhaps it is the bad weather we have had. But whatever the case, I told him the last thing you want to be drinking right now is French wine.
Well, California and Chile have good wine, too.
But then he goes and stocks the pantry with nothing but French wine from 72. The stuff is a disaster. Then he says, "Come on, Cecile, have a taste of the old country." I had a terrible feeling about it. So I decided just to taste it at first. And then again. And then a few more times.
Took one for the team, huh? But when you do a tasting, don't you usually spit the wine out?
But bottle after bottle, nothing but garbage. Absolute garbage. Not one half-decent bottle in the whole lot. Taste of the old country, he says.
Sorry to hear that.
I cannot believe this. What will we do with all this wine?
The guys aren't too picky when it comes to taste.
You sound just like Monsieur Miller.
Huh?
When I complained, he simply said, "As long as it gets the job done." You people are such culinary savages. Allez tout vous faire voir. Somebody take me back to Paris, please.
I think you've had a little too much, Cecile.
Damn, I should have done this tape first. But whatever.
Never heard the name Cosima before. Then again, I don't know many people from France. Is it a common name?
No, not that common. But Wagner's second wife was named Cosima Francesca Gaetana Wagner.
Huh.
You know, Kojima is a common last name in Japan.
Kaz?
It's just funny how, you know, I'm part Japanese and Cecile's middle name is so close to Kojima. It feels like destiny unfolding.
You think so?
Oui, oui. That's a beautiful name you have. Cecile Cosima Caminades. Wait a second. Cecile Cosima Caminades. Cosima Caminades. Hey, that's close to
Close to what?
your name. It sounds almost like the sentence Kojima Caminandes in Japanese.
And what does it mean, s'il vous plaît?
Well, kami is the word for God in Japanese. Nandesu. Well, it's hard to explain, but placed after God, it would turn the sentence into is God.
Okay. So?
Kojima is God. Cecile's name is a message. I don't believe it. Kojima is God. Kojima is God.
Kaz?
The guy does not have an ego problem. It's just that he's a god of the Metal Gear universe because he decides what happens, right? Right?
How's the Zeke AI different from Peace Walkers?
Zeke's AI isn't a replica of the human thought process. It isn't programmed to make decisions about nuclear retaliation. On the other hand, it is capable of highly independent action.
Really,
in
young Snow?
combat
Where?
When given orders from a pilot.
Sauce.
It can protect infantry, destroy the enemy, and, if ordered,
Launch a nuke.
let us hope it never comes to that.
My sentiments exactly.
Yeah, he doesn't say it. Kaz says it, Cecile says it, but Snake doesn't say Kojima's god in that tape. Oh, so your source is that you made it a fuck up. Oh, I got excited for a second. I guess you just meant that he doesn't say it. Okay. my god, fucking Eva tapes, man. You want to hear all about how the boss invented space travel and sliced bread? And the same shit here. Pretty much. Okay. Let's have a poll. I want to do one or the other, not both, because fuck that. But they mostly talk about the same shit, just from Strangelove's point of view or the boss's point of view from Eva's recordings. Shit. Alright. We'll do a 1 minute poll. And you guys can pick. The Eva tapes go into detail about what the boss was doing during the 5 years that she wasn't with Snake, killing the Sorrow and all that shit. And the Strangelove memories are more about what the boss was doing at NASA, which is also included here, just in less detail. Now you can't buy votes. It's like in real life. You have to lobby me. I guess you can. You just have to donate. Eva tapes are winning? Are you guys serious? Okay, Eva tapes. It is. I guess it does have more detail. And slightly less Strangelove. Because this has Strangelove's background and her work with the boss at NASA. And this has what leads to the boss joining NASA and killing the Sorrow eventually. And being away from Snake. So they kind of overlap a little bit. Alright. People have spoken. The 10 people who voted for Eva tapes.
Hello, Snake. It's been a while, hasn't it? I hear you've been causing quite the ruckus in Nicaragua. Nothing much to report from my end. The legacy's being put to good use. Or so they tell me. But enough with the small talk. There's something I need to tell you. You saw the photo that came with this tape, right? The boss gave that to me 10 years ago. I'm sorry, I should have told you sooner. I probably should have told you right away. But sending it to you hasn't been an easy decision to make. It's taken me 10 years. Once you've heard what I have to say, you'll understand why. That photo belonged to her. I know what you're thinking. What does she have to do with this? You've probably seen it 100 times in the press already. Obviously, it's of the Mercury 7, the first group of American astronauts, the heroes of Project Mercury. But there were actually 8 people in that photo. One of them was edited out, erased, without a trace. That 8th astronaut, the one airbrushed out of existence, that was her, Snake. Now why did they need to keep her existence a secret? What were they trying to hide? The answer goes back even further. 17 years ago. It was the height of the Cold War. The Eastern and Western blocs were racing to develop space technology to match their nuclear arsenals. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1, the first artificial satellite. The Americans were stunned. They'd been led to believe their country led the world in science and technology. That shock quickly turned into fear. If the Russians had the know-how to launch a satellite into space, they could use it to launch a nuclear missile, too. Frantic, the U.S. threw everything it had into the space race. The following year,
the Army succeeded in launching the first American satellite, Explorer 1. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration was established that fall, and Project Mercury with it. The goal was to send a man into space, and 7 men were chosen as pilot candidates. The media dubbed them the Mercury 7. They were immediately hailed as national heroes, icons of Western space exploration. But after Explorer, America suffered a series of failed rocket launches. Desperate, the government made a fateful decision. Unable to wait for its space program to mature, they'd steal the Soviets' technology, at the same time sabotaging their space program. You know better than anyone how hard a mission that was. The Soviet space program was shrouded in secrecy. Recovering that information would be no easy task. Using the help of an insider, they'd insert a sleeper agent into the Research Institute, or else recruit one of those insiders to do the job for them. And, if necessary, the mission leader would have to go in and sort things out themselves. Someone was needed with experience, knowledge, and superior intuition. And the only one for the job was the boss. The president himself asked for her by name. He needed someone who could be trusted with the fate of a nation. Who else to turn to but the hero of the Second World War? It was June 1959. So you see, Snake, that's why she left. That was the top secret mission that took her from you. But her selection ruffled a few CIA feathers. They didn't appreciate the president going over their head like that. The mission was tough enough already, and now the CIA was dragging its feet. She couldn't get anything out of them. No manpower, no information. Left to her own devices, the boss made a decision she knew would come back to haunt her. She decided to tap into the Philosopher's Network. And that's when the wheels of fate began to turn. The Philosophers were a secret society of power brokers formed in a pact between the US, Russia, and China in the early 20th century. Of course, by that time, the American and Soviet branches had already parted ways. But there were those among the remaining Russian philosophers not entirely happy with the one-party communist state. The boss reached out to them. She arranged clandestine meetings in Berlin, hoping to find a way into OKB-1, the Soviets' premier design bureau. She worked tirelessly to win their sympathy, in some instances using huge sums of cash, in others by helping them over the Berlin Wall. It was a dangerous game to be playing. The Philosophers had everything on her, and not just information either. She'd given birth to a child on the battlefield, only to have them immediately snatch it away. I know she told you that story. If that child was in the hands of the Soviet philosophers, she'd be putting more than just herself in danger. But she did what she had to do. At the time, the Soviet Union was believed to have an arsenal of missiles far greater than that of the United States. If that proved to be the case, Moscow would be free from the yoke of nuclear deterrence, raising the possibility that the Soviets might actually launch nukes if they felt it necessary. As you know, the so-called missile gap turned out to be a Soviet bluff. Moscow had gone to incredible lengths to perpetuate the lie. In fact, the whole space race was really just a part of an elaborate ruse. Only we didn't know that at the time. She used to joke that even she swallowed the whole missile gap story, hook, line, and sinker. She put her life on the line, for the sake of her country, to prevent nuclear war. And it was because of her sacrificial efforts that America succeeded in placing a sleeper agent inside OKB-1. NASA began to receive huge volumes of technical data from the Soviet program. By the end of 1959, they'd succeeded in sending a chimpanzee named Sam on a ballistic rocket flight. The rocket never left the atmosphere. But all the same, it was a huge success for NASA, restoring confidence in its technology. Then, just when the operation was starting to produce results, the CIA came calling. "You're a war hero," they said. "No need for you to dirty your hands with this sort of black ops. We'll take it from here." In effect, they wanted to reap the rewards for themselves. But the boss didn't object. "My part is over," she said. "I don't care what you do with the data now." It seemed as if NASA was making great strides toward manned spaceflight, while the Russians lagged behind. They even got a report from their mole at OKB-1. "The safe return of Sam has sent our scientists into a panic," he said. Soon afterward, the Soviet Union sent an animal of its own into space on Sputnik 2, the dog Kudryavka, better known to the world as Laika. But Laika was fated never to return to Earth. The U.S. can recover its spacecraft from the ocean upon re-entry. But the Soviet Union only borders the frozen Arctic. They had to bring their spacecraft down on land. How could they soften the impact enough to bring a living creature back safely? The agent reported that the Soviets hadn't yet found a solution to that problem. The plot to sabotage the Soviet space program seemed to be working, too. First, they tampered with Sputnik 4's re-entry. Then, 2 months later, one of their rockets exploded on the launch pad. They did manage to send 2 dogs into orbit aboard Sputnik 5 and return them safely to Earth. But the agent dismissed it as a fluke. Dogs, sure, but humans? They didn't have the technology. Everybody believed it. Everybody was complacent. Everybody. Except the boss. There was something about the Sputnik 5 schematics they were getting that didn't seem right. Some kind of ejection device on the capsule that didn't quite belong. She couldn't figure out the reason why it was there. What was it supposed to eject? NASA shrugged off her concerns. They figured it was probably meant to eject the flight recorder in case of an accident. The boss pleaded with them to investigate, but the CIA wasn't having it. They probably thought she was trying to reclaim some of the glory for herself. The boss wouldn't give up. She decided to head to the Soviet Union herself, alone, without any backing from the CIA. By the beginning of the next year, 1961, she'd succeeded in infiltrating OKB-1. That's when she saw the truth for the first time.
Shit.
The sleeper that she'd worked so hard to place was a double agent. He'd been turned by the Soviets and
Couldn't
was
find the
feeding the
controller.
Americans lies. But what shocked the boss even more was why. The CIA's access agent had been taking a large cut of the sleeper's pay. The sleeper felt what little he was left with wasn't worth the risk. When he got a better offer from Moscow, he took it. At some point, the Americans' intelligence operation had become an open book to the Soviets. And contrary to what the sleeper had been reporting, the Soviets' manned spaceflight technology was quite advanced. It wasn't until she infiltrated OKB-1 herself that the boss learned the truth about Sputnik 5. After the spacecraft re-entered the atmosphere, it ejected the pilot, seat and all, at an altitude of 7,000 meters. It was the Soviet solution to the problem of land recovery. The mystery device attached to Sputnik 5 was for that purpose. The pilot would parachute down from that high altitude wearing a bulky spacesuit. Crazy, I know. The Soviets knew exactly how dangerous it was, of course. So much so that they gave Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space, a special 2-rank promotion before re-entry. Only Moscow could come up with this kind of plan. With total state control over information, they could easily pretend it never happened in the event of a failure. The boss passed the info on to NASA. It was their worst nightmare. the glory of mankind's first spaceflight was about to be stolen from them by the Soviet Union. It was Sputnik all over again. And the CIA was caught no less off guard. Their ineptitude had caused the fiasco in the first place. The Soviets' deception was brilliant. They'd woven a masterful tapestry of truth and fiction to convince the Americans their intelligence operations were proceeding as planned. No one but the boss could have seen through it. It was obvious the Soviets had some gifted minds working on their side. But that certainly didn't excuse the CIA's massive failure. The CIA wasn't done, though, and devised an ingenious plan to avoid taking responsibility. Luckily for them, a new president had been elected the previous November, John F. Kennedy. As he didn't know the case history when taking office, the CIA was able to feed lies to his new administration. They masked their own failures, placing the blame squarely on the boss's shoulders. After all, she'd selected an unreliable sleeper. They claimed she'd failed to make use of one of the most effective means of controlling a sleeper agent's actions: holding their family hostage. The boss was well aware that would have worked. She told me so later, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. It seems clear it had to do with having her own child taken. She could never inflict the same pain on anyone else. The CIA used that against her. In his election campaign, Kennedy had vowed to close the missile gap with Moscow. If America lost the space race, that promise would be worthless. The fact that the president had no links to the philosophers only made things worse. He was completely unaware of the secret networks she'd used to complete her mission. In his eyes, she was no better than a traitor. The fate that awaited her was cruel beyond belief.
You don't understand. The boss invented everything. She invented inventions. She sacrificed everything. God, these tapes. Just sucking the boss's dick as much as possible. Sneaky Lucky with the gift to sub to Supra. Amy with the 27 months. Dr. Junjun with the 15. Good to see you guys. Thank you.
The order came down from above. The boss would take the official blame for the sleeper's betrayal. More so, she'd serve as the guinea pig for NASA's manned spaceflight program. By then, NASA had gotten as far as sending a chimp named Ham into space. Now came a whole battery of ground tests to pave the way for a human to take its place. High G tests, zero G tests, spacesuit tests, simulations in pressurized oxygen environments. Some of the tests were highly dangerous, too dangerous for the Mercury 7, who were by then already media darlings. So the boss was made to stand in for them. She could have refused the order, argued her side of the story against the CIA, but she didn't. The way she saw it, her military experience made her a potentially valuable asset to those tests. She felt it was her duty to accept. She soon proved herself right. The boss was more than just a guinea pig. She drew on her experience to give the staff focused advice exactly where it was needed. NASA's space program took off again. At the rate they were going, putting a man in space seemed within reach. The higher-ups at NASA were impressed with her talents. They took to calling her the 8th astronaut, the Mercury Lady. The photo I sent you was taken around that time. I suppose maybe they were planning to use it as propaganda, the world's first female astronaut. But then, just as things were looking up, they hit a new snag. The government told them to add a window. There were no windows in NASA's spacecraft back then. Ham never saw the stars around him. But Washington insisted. Their sources told them Soviet spaceships had windows. Space exploration is a form of propaganda in itself. After all, What was the point of sending a man into space if he couldn't tell the world what he'd seen? Most of all, though, they simply couldn't have the Russians doing something they couldn't. It was sheer madness, and everybody knew it. NASA was already facing impossible deadlines. Now they were adding yet another element of uncertainty to the mix. Installing a window would both weaken the spacecraft and make it harder to shield the occupant from cosmic rays. They weren't about to put their Mercury 7 golden boys in that kind of danger. So the boss was chosen as the pilot instead. Even if she made it up into space, she was given less than a 20% chance of returning to Earth alive. But she took it in stride, even helping them make the necessary design changes to the Mercury capsule. It was like going to work every day at NASA to make her own coffin. Then, without warning, the U.S. received intelligence that the Soviets had moved their Vostok spacecraft to the launch site. The launch was set for the following day, April 12th, 1961. America couldn't let the Soviets beat them with Vostok. NASA was forced to cut short the testing process and move the launch date up. They pulled out all the stops to get it scheduled for the earliest hours of the next day. The spacecraft would be launched from Cape Canaveral in the dead of night. For the flight path, they chose a course that would take her as far east as possible. She'd be able to see the Earth in daylight from the window, at least for a little while. The boss climbed into the Mercury capsule, having completed less than 80% of the regular flight procedures. Both the timing and the flight path were risky, and testing was far from complete. But NASA had no other choice. The boss, for her part, never expected to come home alive. She was going on a one-way trip, the American version of Laika the dog. And yet she went all the same. Someone has to be first, she said. If fate has chosen me, then I accept, for my country, for the balance of the world. That's how she saw things. My chances may be slim, but I'll take them. I've accepted my fate. If anyone can get through this, I can. Then, on April 12th at 1:30 in the morning, the boss entered space. It was nothing short of a miracle. First, that she'd made it in an incomplete spacecraft. And second, that her flight coincided almost exactly with Gagarin's. As the sun rose over the horizon, and cosmic rays began to bombard her through the window, she saw the Earth. I think you've heard the story before. It was a world without borders, a perfect jewel. All nations, all ideologies. They seemed so far away. It almost made her laugh, knowing that they'd risked so much to beat the Soviets by a few short minutes. If she'd seen Vostok from her window, she probably would have waved. But the two spacecraft were destined for very different fates. Gagarin circled the Earth and returned to the Soviet Union, safe and sound. The Mercury capsule, on the other hand, deviated from its planned re-entry angle. The addition of a window had thrown the capsule's aerodynamics off balance. The boss's coffin veered wildly off course and began to plunge earthward. The course deviation caused the capsule to miss its splashdown point by a wide margin. It didn't have enough time to decelerate before crashing into the sea. The force of the impact shattered the spacecraft before it started to sink like a stone. The boss used the last of her strength to escape to the surface. Her body was covered in bruises and scorched by radiation. It was a miracle she was still alive. She slipped into a coma and didn't regain consciousness for 6 months. To some, what was worst of all was that she had lost the space race to Gagarin. by only a few minutes. That aside, it should have been a proud day for America. Its first manned spaceflight. Sadly, her accomplishment was kept out of the history books. An attempt to save face by Washington. In contrast to Gagarin's orbital flight, America had only managed a ballistic trajectory. Her flight time was much shorter, too. And most importantly, the Soviets had brought back both spacecraft and pilot safely. NASA couldn't even conjure up a half-hearted tale of heroic survival. The coup de grace, though, was the Soviet propaganda campaign that kicked into gear after the flight. The Earth was blue. Those were the words of Gagarin on his return, and the whole world was listening. In the blink of an eye, Gagarin was an international celebrity, earning accolades from every corner. It was a PR coup for the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, Washington could only grit its teeth in silence. They decided there was no value in making the boss's flight public, that it would only make matters worse. So they buried it instead, labeling it a dark mission. NASA and the CIA did everything in their power to erase all traces of the boss from Project Mercury. The result was the photo you see before you. Not a bad job, huh? Not only did they expunge her flight from the records, they denied that she ever existed. And that wasn't the end of it. As an alibi, the military claimed she'd taken part in the CIA's botched Bay of Pigs plot to take back Cuba. And when the boss was finally well enough to return to service, they wouldn't take her back. She was forced to go underground. In the public eye, the boss was still a hero of World War II. In reality, though, she was anything but that. She was a non-person, fit only for the blackest of black ops. In effect, she may as well have been dead. Gagarin went on a worldwide tour in front of millions of adoring fans. The boss, meanwhile, was a walking secret, unable to breathe a word about her experience. The authorities in Washington had this to say: "Why are you still here? If only you'd had the decency to give us a nice quote like Gagarin and then die an honorable death, you'd have gone down as a hero." 3 weeks later, on May 5th, Alan Shepard, one of the Mercury 7, made his own ballistic flight. They sure didn't try to cover up his achievement. Of course, he owed his success to the lessons learned from the boss's tragedy. Before sending Gagarin up into space, the Soviets had used a mannequin called Ivan Ivanovich to test the landing procedure, which would make the boss America's version of a crash test dummy. But she didn't care. "I'm happy to be the dummy," she said, "if it'll help the project succeed. Nothing would give me greater satisfaction." And that still wasn't the end of it. The boss had worked through the anti-Moscow faction of the Soviet Union's philosophers to place the sleeper agent, and at some point, the Soviets found out about it. Yet the Americans remained oblivious to the end. Even the philosopher network the boss plugged into never tipped them off to the double cross. That could only mean one of two things. Either the pro-Moscow philosophers had intervened, or the anti-Moscow philosophers had been turned. Either way, it was a situation their American counterparts couldn't stand. To preserve the philosopher's good name, and to repay her debt, so to speak, the boss once again made her way into the Soviet Union. There, she found herself face to face with the Soviets' own agent. And who should she find awaiting her return to Russia? The one who'd turned her sleeper against her, who'd fed them lies all this time. It was her former comrade in arms, the father of her child, the man known as the Sorrow. He didn't know it was the boss who'd sent the sleeper. Or to be more precise, the Soviet philosophers never told him. Former lovers, forced to fight to the death. One would live and one would die, she told me. That was the revenge the Soviet philosophers had in store for me. If both of them survived, their child would suffer in their place. They were left with no other option. The boss shot him. He offered no resistance. When she returned from the Soviet Union, there was no place left for her to go. She'd sacrificed everything. Everything. For her country. And in return, they treated her like a dead woman. She was made a scapegoat for no good reason. Only because power had changed hands in Washington. Any lesser being would have long since cracked. It was then that one of her old SAS comrades reached out to her. Major Zero. And so Fox was born. She undertook a mission that, well, you should know better than anybody. You were a part of it. 20 days after Shepard's flight, President Kennedy announced that America would put a man on the moon. Without the intelligence the boss obtained, America's space program would never have caught up. Armstrong and Aldrin might never have walked on the moon. But the Americans' gain had cost the boss her health, her honor, and the man she loved. The word tragedy doesn't even begin to describe what she endured. The Soviets continued their manned space flights, and in 1963, Valentina Tereshkova became the so-called first woman in space. It's said they took their cue from NASA's long-buried Mercury Lady project. And so that, Snake, is the mission that kept her away from you for so long. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why not use me as her agent? She knew I'd never even think of betraying her. I think it's because she didn't want to drag you into it. She probably knew what was going to happen. To complete the mission, she'd have to turn to the philosophers, and once she did that, whatever came of it, there'd be a price to pay. No one understood that better than her. So please, Snake, let it go. When she gave me the photo, she left me to decide whether or not to pass it along to you. I know she was torn about it, just as I was. She knew you'd probably blame yourself. Why did she hold on to it for so long? That, I can't say. To remind her of how much it hurt to be erased. She wasn't that kind of person. No. I think she meant it to be a message to you. She had her identity, her life, taken away. But she wanted you, of all people, to know the truth. Snake, you've probably already figured this out, but it's no accident that I'm only now sending you something I've withheld for so long. A little bird tells me you recently made a big decision. You and the boss are different people. I understand that. And I'm not trying to second guess you. I simply wanted you to know what she saw, how she felt. That's all. Keep it with you, Snake. Keep it deep inside. Don't ever forget the path she took. Because you and I are the only people on this earth who know the truth.
Boss, I'm sorry, but I can't.
The boss told Eva all of this on the way to the lake from Groznygrad. You're supposed to feel bad for the boss. She invented the Cuervo. Damn. Okay. Now we're really gonna switch saves. Maybe the boss was riding the horse and Eva was riding her bike and they were like shouting at each other to talk on the way there. I don't know. Maybe the boss got into the sidecar with Eva. No, it's because you don't understand how cool she is. At least it does explain what the boss was doing during those 5 years that she wasn't with Snake, I guess. When the Sorrow died. This is Mother Base. Gotta be close to being maxed out. Missing living quarters. Imagine all those facilities that actually have a purpose. Okay, so now more tapes. Wait, no, let's do go on a date.
How's Paz doing?
Okay so far. Still shocked about being lied to by Zadornov, but she's actually getting along great with the crew here at Mother Base.
Really? That's good to hear.
Still, it's gotta be depressing for a girl her age to be cooped up on an offshore plant all day, even if it is only temporary. I bet she'd love it if you took her out somewhere once in a while.
What's going on with the messages though?
Tuxedo.
Oh, she's not gonna like these.
Thanks. Don't be an idiot.
Sorry, I just...
Okay, let's get some nice stuff in here for her.
Impressive. Pace.
Kept you waiting, huh? Good to have you. You can do this.
Actually, I don't think she likes that one. Fucking remember.
Good work.
There's some of these that look like they would work, but they don't.
Rocket pace.
Rocket piss. Volume warning for this one. She probably won't like that.
Box time. Hainara!
It's fun.
I'll be sure to notify your next of kin. I knew you had it in you. Not bad.
Can we just use a few of these so I can save a few slots for Kaz? I don't want to switch shit again. It's annoying.
Don't die on me. You're pretty good.
Let's see. These might be enough. Maybe. Let's see. But is she going to be naked? That's the real question. Maybe not. And nope, she's naked. Never mind. Oh, I didn't bring the camera. Oops. Shit, I didn't mean to do that. Clearly, we need the camera for this. MVGs. I forgot that's what the Super magazine looks like. Secret mission. Girls on the battlefield. Lone review. Bikini blast. Can't bring anything else.
You know, we are finally alone, Snake. Why don't you leave the radio alone for now? You don't want to talk to me? You know, we are finally alone, Snake.
Impressive.
What? No way! You're going to take a picture of me?
Oh, not the MVGs.
Sorry, I just...
No, it is okay.
Paste.
Peace.
Peace.
Impressive.
What? No way!
Sorry, I just...
No, it is okay.
Paste.
Peace.
I'll be sure to notify your next kid.
I don't have any family.
You dish it out. I can take it.
You do not like being with me? Ah! Huh?
I could push her around with this without her getting mad, maybe.
What? Can you please stop that?
Yeah, she doesn't like getting pushed around usually, but with this... She's pissed. She's looking away. Rip ears. DMZ. I never noticed it says DMZ on it. Oh shit, you can push her past the mission area with it. Nice. Did I just soft lock myself? She's still going. Her boots are clipping through the ground. Ah, it's too far now. That's as far as she goes. Well, now we can't do anything. Shit. I thought it would end the mission, like she would leave once she gets past here, but no. Okay, bye. Might just have to restart it now.
Sorry, I just...
Yeah, I got the whole beach to myself now. She might have another animation if she's pissed off a little bit more before she leaves.
I'll be sure to notify your next kid.
I don't have any family.
I'll be sure to notify your next
I
kid.
don't have any family.
And now she's looking away.
Ah! What? Can you please stop that?
I think Kaz has two different stances when he's pissed off. So maybe she has two.
I'll be sure to notify your next kid.
I don't have any family.
There you go. Yeah, she turns all the way around. Wait, what? Nice.
Start talking.
I am not hiding anything from you.
Start talking.
Honest. You have to believe me.
Start talking.
My name is Huss. I love peace.
I love piss.
Start talking.
Honestly,
Start talking.
this hurts. Let me go.
Start talking.
I stole some rations at Mother Base.
Drown her. This is how she ends up in the ocean.
Creep.
Huss! Wait! Huss!
Okay, let's be nice now.
Sorry, I just...
No, it is okay.
Sorry, I just...
No, it is okay. What's with that? You going to throw this away? You want to read this together? What's with that? You going to throw this away? You want to read this together? What's
Impressive.
with that? What? No way!
Impressive.
Ah!
Shit.
What? No way! You going to throw this away?
Pace.
This.
Pace.
This.
Rocket peace.
In the name of peace?
Piss. Rocket piss.
Rocket peace.
In the name of peace? Peace.
Good to have you.
Yeah!
Good to have you.
Yeah!
Kept you waiting, huh?
No, it is okay.
Kept you waiting, huh?
No, it is okay.
I'm sure she follows me now. Not yet.
Haidara!
Hydra!
What do they care about a Japanese-only Zone of the Enders line?
Haidara!
I don't know.
Hydra!
Don't die on me.
Yeah, I am all right.
Don't die on me.
Yeah, I am all right.
You're pretty good.
Really? Oh, I am so happy.
You're pretty good.
Really? Oh, I am so happy.
Box time.
Yeah!
Box time.
Yeah!
Oh, she's happy now. I think I did it. Come on.
Not bad.
Thanks. Peace.
Yes.
Not bad.
Thanks. Peace.
Uh-oh. Banned on PSN.
I knew you had it in you.
Thanks. Peace.
I knew you had it in you.
Thanks. Peace.
Why is she not following me?
What?
Do I really not have enough messages?
Meow.
Meow. Meow, meow, meow.
Meow. Meow.
Meow. Meow, meow, meow.
Let's see what she says here.
I feel a little awkward.
That should do it. She's just not following me for some reason. She's saying the right line.
I feel a little awkward.
She should be following now, but I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's like bumped into her. Oh well, I know a way to move her around. That work?
Good to have you.
Thanks.
I'm pretty sure it's maxed out, so she should be following. Because you can tell
I feel a little awkward.
by what she says when you have the camera. It's also the same thing she says in the box. And then when you're maxed out the affinity, you get an extra stance, extra pose for the camera. It's not this one.
I feel a little awkward.
She's 93. Damn. Let's check for bombs. I don't know. Seems a little sus to me. There's a bit of a bulge there.
I feel a little awkward.
This is the extra stance. That's it. That's the stance. Bomb inspection stance. I don't know why she's not following. But
Box time.
Thanks.
that's right. You better thank me for box time. Hold on. It's really lame that she only does this little dance in the game instead of the full dance that you see in the trailer. Like, she has all the moves, but I guess they're too much for the game or gameplay. I don't know. Instead, she only does this. Okay. Oh, I didn't grab get inside. That'll work too. She should be crouching and following, but she's broken. Oh, there you go, there you go. Alright, we good now? I don't know, the follow thing is broken today. Is she reacting to crawling or lying down instead of crouching? He's broken it. Yeah, you have to lie down. Okay, let's finish this.
Room for one more? I feel a little awkward.
Mission complete, and how? S rank.
Snake, the sunsets are so pretty here.
Are you feeling okay, Kaz?
Yeah, I mean, I've got MSF business to think about and all. And sometimes it's nice to just sit and watch the sunset, you know?
Yeah.
Snake, would you be up for going to the coast to watch the sunset? Just the two of us?
I love the beach.
What should we bring for him? What? Don't tell me you've never seen this before, young Snow. Come on.
Stick with CQC. Don't be an idiot. Wrong.
Oh shit, that's right, I have Co-op Thunder. It probably doesn't do much here.
Not my thing.
Grenade!
Yeah, the way he says it, holy shit.
Grenade! Grenade!
That's pretty good, actually. Oh, I forgot to do Sweet Dreams with Paz. Did it? I don't know. Fuck it.
Sweet dreams.
Someone dropped a grenade in the recording booth. It feels pretty authentic, huh?
Grenade!
Surrender. We're pulling out. Give him the silent treatment.
Spencer Amos. Stay out of sight.
Man, I'm just trying random shit now. I still don't know if he has a reaction to some of these. It'll take a little bit of time to test all of them.
Missile! Missile! Grenade! Missile! Grenade! Missile! Opening fire! Spread out! Get your act together!
Okay. Kaz and his speedos.
Later, Snake. Now's not the time. I've been waiting for you.
You're giving me mixed signals, Kaz.
Why don't we have a chat instead? Just the two of us. Later, Snake. Now's not the time.
Look at this guy.
What's going on? Let me see that. What's going on? Let me see that.
Well, Kaz has it's 3 lines for magazines, and Kaz only has 2.
What's going on?
You dish it out. I can take it.
Okay then, here I go.
Yeah, it's way easier with Kaz.
Maybe we were meant for each other.
All you gotta do is kick his ass and he likes you.
Whoa! Nice one.
You dish it out. I can take it. You dish it out. I can take it.
Okay then, here I go. Nice packs. Take me to heaven, Snake.
Don't be an idiot.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
Oh, he's not bothered by it.
Don't be an idiot.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it? I've been waiting for you. Maybe we were meant for each other. Nice packs. Take me to heaven, Snake.
We're pulling out.
That's cold, Snake. Okay, you win.
Just broke his glasses. For that sound.
I'm
Fucked
ready
up.
for my close-up.
Oh, what the fuck? They have a line for a close-up? No way. I didn't know that. Now I gotta try with Paz too. They know when it's a close-up.
I'm ready for my close-up.
Wait, no, that's not it. It's because... Okay, no, I thought it was a little too much. It's just a different line that he has at this point with this much affinity.
I'm ready for my close-up.
Oh, okay. MGO charm pose. Yeah, it's
waiting for you.
it's just the camera line at this much affinity right now. It changes later. I don't usually do this with this much affinity, I guess.
Stay out of sight.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck? He likes that? I didn't know he liked that.
Wrong.
Sorry.
Surrender.
Not gonna happen.
Get your act together.
Sorry.
Now he's pissed.
I'll be sure to notify your next kid.
MSF is the only family I've got.
Oh, he has a line kind of similar to Paz's line.
I'll be sure to notify your next kid.
MSF is the only family I've got.
Nice.
Sweet dreams.
You mean in your arms?
Oh my god. Holy shit, that's new. I thought he was gonna go to sleep. No, it's I always mix them up. It's not sweet dreams, it's say goodnight that makes them go to sleep. Oh my god. Okay, this has to be included now from now on.
Sweet dreams.
You mean in your arms?
Yeah, guys are totally not gay. I don't know how much clearer it had been said, but okay.
Sweet dreams.
All right.
Not my thing.
That's cold, Snake.
He's stomping around when he's pissed. Then he turns around.
Not my thing.
That's cold, Snake.
Better enjoy his arms and
Judge you,
legs
Snake.
while you have them.
Guys, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Come on! Guys!
I've been waiting for you.
Hmm.
Grenade!
Right.
But
Missile!
Yeah, I don't think we'd survive that.
oh, he has a line specifically for the missile. I thought he'd react the same as grenade.
Grenade!
Right.
Missile!
Yeah, I don't think we'd survive that.
That's actually kind of cool. Hold on, I want to try a few more now. Now I'm curious. Let's just try a whole bunch of new ones. God, it's just a pain in the ass.
It's not over yet.
Hey, that's. You might like that line because he does a liquid pose later too. The scar is fake. It's not a real scar. It's just there from the beginning of the game, and it's where Snake hides his jigsaw to escape.
It's not over yet.
We don't need two of these.
Still in this fight.
We should really just go in order and go do all of them, but
I'm ready to go.
fuck it, let's just try.
I'm with you.
This is the most tedious menu in the whole game.
Don't die on me.
I think I already know what that one does.
I knew you had it in you.
Yeah, that one too.
You're pretty good. You take it from here.
The sweet dreams and the missile one kind of surprised me. It's this one that makes them go to sleep. Say goodnight, not sweet dreams.
Say goodnight.
We had to add the effect to it. And it's not too useful for Kaz because you can stun him to search him, but for Paz, you have to put her to sleep like this.
Down on the ground. Down on the ground. Down on the ground. Down on the ground.
Let's see. Did we do surrender? Yeah, I forget what he did though.
They'll never hear me coming.
He liked this one. Ah, fuck, I don't remember if I'd fight it.
Give him the silent treatment. 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 Here I am.
Camo index decreases. That makes sense.
I'll give him something to shoot at. I'll give him something to shoot at.
God, I hate this fucking screen.
Keep him busy for me.
Draw enemies as a teammate. That's be an asshole. Yeah, the repeated lines are just extra heroism with different effect. But I'm pretty sure Kaz and Paz's reactions are the same.
Here goes.
Alright, fuck it, I'll just try these.
I've been waiting for you.
I'm ready to go.
Anytime.
It's not over yet.
Yeah, our battle's just getting started.
This conversation makes sense so far.
We are still in this fight.
That's right. We can do this.
I'm with you.
Oh, Snake, you're gonna make me cry.
You take it from here.
Not a problem.
He likes all of these.
Don't die on me. Don't die on me.
I'm not gonna die on you.
So far, everything makes sense.
I knew you had it in you. I knew you had it in you.
Naturally.
You're pretty good.
Cut it out. You're making me blush.
Down on the ground. Ugh.
Oh, that stuns him. I didn't know that. What? Wait, so... But I didn't even put the effect on. What? Maybe it does have... It does matter if it's the heroism line or not.
Say goodnight.
Not even for you, boss. Snake. Answer me, Snake. Mom, your miso soup. Always too salty. Dad, I'm an American.
It's gonna repeat now.
Not even for you, boss.
Give him the silent treatment. Yeah. They'll never hear me coming. Yeah. I'll give him something to shoot at.
Lay off. There's nobody else around.
Here I am.
Right.
Here goes.
Right.
Keep him busy for me.
Lay off. There's nobody else around.
It seems like his responses are maybe go by the category, but there's some unique ones
Keep him busy for me.
here and there.
Lay off. There's nobody else around.
This down on the ground thing really surprised me. Does that mean you can stun Paz too?
Down on the ground. Ugh.
Fuck, let's see. I didn't think you could stun Paz. Maybe not, because you can stun him normally, but not her. Just by beating the shit out of him. Let me take a look at this down on the ground thing. Because lowers psyche of nearby enemies. But okay, so the last one we got was Here Goes. Let's do a couple tests with these three. Fuck, where is it?
Down on the ground.
Maybe it just lowered his stamina or psyche instead of. Let's just test a little bit. Also, what the fuck happened to PSN? Why did it log me out? Assholes. Banned. Okay, it's back. No nipples. Yeah, he kind of has darker areas there. Oh, no, he does have nipples. They're just low res. Of course, the hand has nothing to do with PSN. Alright, let's see. If I just do it
Down on the ground.
from the get-go. Okay, that takes all of his stamina. Okay, so that one worked.
Down on the ground.
Not gonna happen.
Ah, you asshole. So it does matter.
Down on the ground.
Not gonna happen.
Oh, yeah?
Down on the ground.
That's when you change your tone of voice. It works. Because higher heroism. That's interesting. Okay, we gotta try this with Paz now. Holy shit. And then I might as well grab Sweet Dreams as well. All the different versions of it. We gotta change or she'll freak out.
Tuxedo.
Not Sweet Dreams. But say goodnight. But maybe, fuck it, just do all of them. There's only 2 of these. And then Sweet Dreams. Where is that? Maybe we'll go in north there though. There's only 2, okay. So you don't need to turn on the battle cry for it to work, huh?
Sweet dreams.
You don't have to turn it on. Interesting. Okay, for science.
Down on the ground.
Oh my god. I didn't think that was possible. He can stun Paz. He's like, oh. Here we go. Usually I use Say Goodnight to get these design specs, but wow, you can stun Paz.
Down on the ground. Down on the ground.
What is it, Snake?
Down on the ground.
Oh, the second one works too. So you need a lower heroism one for her and Kaz. Interesting. Is that just her animation from getting up? No, what is she doing? Is that her neutral stance? I've never seen her do that thing with her foot. What? Maybe it's because it didn't affect any of the affinity so far, so.
Sweet dreams.
I am not sleepy.
Oh yeah?
Sweet dreams.
I am not sleepy.
Oh, you bitch. Is there another Sweet Dreams? Well, it's okay. We already got the design specs with this down on the ground. Wait, why doesn't that?
Sweet dreams.
I am not sleepy. Creep.
Hey, I'm confused. Why doesn't Sweet Dreams work? Unless I forgot one. Is there a stronger one somewhere? I should have all of them by now. No, I'm not at 500k. So the stronger Sweet Dreams, I should have that by now. Or maybe it's because you need to actually enable it. But you don't need to enable it for the others, so I'm confused. Oh my god, I fucking confused them again. It's say goodnight and makes them to go to sleep, not sweet dreams. Fuck. Never mind, I'm a fucking idiot. I keep mixing them up.
Sweet dreams.
I am not sleepy.
Say goodnight.
I am not sleepy.
Say goodnight.
Good night.
There you go. She's gonna say something sus in her sleep.
Snake, you're... Gallo Pinto.
Very sus. Snake. You're Gallo Pinto. What?
Yes, sir. I understand.
Uh-oh. Oh my god. Nightmare fuel? Anybody? There we go. Don't zoom in too much. Oh my god, that's creepy as fuck. Yeah, I'm just too Paz AI. What is Paz skull face?
Snake, you're...
Oh my god. Okay, let's get this thing again.
Gallo Pinto.
Oh, but now we have to... Oh, shit. If I finish the mission now, she's gonna have her clothes back on. Unless... Wait, we have enough lines that she likes. Maybe? Let's see.
It's not over yet.
I don't want to go back just yet either.
Oh, nice.
It's not over yet.
I want to stay here together a little longer too.
Well, this one's pretty good, actually.
I'm ready to go.
Do it? Do what?
What? You okay?
I'm ready to go.
What?
I'm ready to go.
Do it? Do what?
I'm with you.
Thanks. Peace.
Now we have to please her or we should put her clothes back on, yeah. Just like in real life.
I'm with you.
Thanks. Peace.
This is very realistic.
You're still in this fight.
Do it? Do what?
Okay, you're dumb. Sometimes she says dumb shit.
Here goes.
Yeah!
Keep him busy for me.
What? The enemy? Where?
Here I am.
Yeah!
Shit, we might not have enough nice lines.
Don't die on me.
Yeah. I am alright.
Yeah, that's not enough. So if I want to do this and keep her naked, I gotta change all the other messages. Oh god.
Keep him busy for me.
What? The enemy? Where?
She looks around.
I'm with you.
Thanks.
Sweet dreams.
I am not sleepy.
Say goodnight.
Good night.
Fuck it, I'm leaving. Oh, you can't leave.
Yeah.
Does that not wake her up? Really? That's weird. Endless sleep.
Snake. You're...
She doesn't wake up from getting kicked in the face.
Down on the ground.
Oh.
He really doesn't. The star's not going away. So that means we can kick her endlessly. And it moves her around a little bit every time. Interesting. The box doesn't hit her. I take a few kicks, but that's crazy. She doesn't wake up from the kicks. She might not like it.
Don't die on me. Down on the ground.
Does that work?
Down on the ground.
I might get away with one more.
Why?
Down on the ground.
Oh.
Push her into the ocean. Straight to ground zeros. Didn't Kaz wake up from kicks? I didn't try it. I don't remember. Get in there. No wonder she betrays him. I think that's the limit. Which is weird, so you can walk all the way here. Now it's just really slow. She's waking up naturally. Very slowly. Okay, so if I want to get the thing, I have to change all the messages, which is a pain in the ass. But that was fun. Guess we should end this. This is perfectly canon. Okay, so what I say the last one was, it was... Fuck. If I see it, I'll remember it. It was Here Goes, okay. So let's start from here.
Go, go, go.
So these actually matter, whether... Shit. The weak ones or the strong ones actually matter.
Go, go, go! Taking it slow. Let's take it easy. I'm going it alone.
I guess we'll just do the stronger version of each.
Focus. You can't do this. Line up the shots.
Auto aim effect increases. I didn't even know that.
I can feel them.
Okay, let's see. Beating children, oh boy, you need a little bit more context in this game, I think. But yeah, can't blame you if that's the first thing you see in Peace Walker. Oops.
Here. I see you.
Tag all enemy soldiers in visual range. Ah. It's too bad that these ruin your rank when you use them. It'd be pretty cool, actually. Okay, so...
I feel the power within me.
Pretty sure that's the same. But whatever, it's there, so we'll bring it in order.
That's good stuff.
This one we already know.
Dish it out. I can take it. Turn it up.
This one we already know.
Rest in peace. Sweet dreams. Settle down.
This one we already know. This one I really don't know if it does anything there. This is Raiden's attack in MGS4, the cutscene with the frogs. Some lightning to strike within your co-op ring.
Co-op thunder.
Okay, we'll do these for now. Oh shit, we're not naked this time? Hold on. Did I fuck it up? I didn't finish the mission, did I? Is it just because I have the tuxedo on? So does he get naked when I get naked?
I love the beach.
Yes, yes, he does. Nice.
I've been waiting for you.
I love you 届いてこの想いきっといつかは叶うよねこんな気持ち切なすぎ
Alright, let's see.
Go, go, go!
Right.
Lame.
Taking it slow.
Yeah.
Let's take it easy.
Yeah.
I'm going it alone.
But why, Snake?
I'm going it alone.
I'm going with you, boss.
Oh, nice.
Go, go, go!
Right.
Yeah, these are just generic.
You can't do this.
Oh, Snake, you're gonna make me cry.
Taking it slow.
Yeah.
Focus.
Right.
I can feel him.
I'm feeling your vibes, boss.
Didn't know he liked this one.
I can feel him.
I'm feeling it, boss. Whoa!
Line up the shot. Line up the shot.
You sure know how to kill a guy.
That's another line I never heard before.
Line up the shot.
You sure know how to kill a guy.
You can't do this.
Oh, Snake, you're gonna make me cry.
You can't do this.
All right.
Let's see.
Here.
Right.
I see you.
Watch this.
Oh god, I thought he was gonna do something.
I see you.
Watch this.
I feel the power within me.
Me too, Snake.
I feel the power within me.
Me too, Snake.
Maybe you should just probably use them both of them.
Meow. Meow. Meow, meow.
God, imagine if they went with the original idea of having a date mission for each female member, Mother Base, and Kaz. That's why they all have 3D models. Because they were all gonna have dates. Be a lot more shit to try with all of them.
Meow. Meow. Meow, meow.
Rest in peace.
What are you talking about? Ugh.
Settle down.
You expect me to stay cool like this?
What?
Settle down.
You expect me to stay cool like this?
Rest in peace.
What are you talking about?
Sweet dreams.
You mean in your arms?
That's right.
Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams.
Oh god.
You mean in your arms?
Co-op Thunder.
Haha, nature's telling us how badass we are.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, finally they explained the co-op thunder. Maybe Raiden's thunder powers too.
Co-op Thunder.
Haha, nature's telling us how badass we are.
That's crazy. I had no idea that was a thing. A line in the game.
Co-op Thunder.
Haha, nature's telling us how badass we are.
Alright, now we gotta try this with Paz too, because that's very unique. Let's see. She probably won't like most of these. We already tried Sweet Dreams. Shit, there were a few that I tried with Kaz that I didn't try with Paz. Up here. Fuck it. This is more thorough than I've ever tested this anyway. Shit, she's not gonna like it because I'm naked. If you're naked, all she does is run away. Strangely, inexplicably, she just runs away. She's naked too. And she won't react to anything, she'll just freak out.
Here.
What are you doing like that?
Go the other way. You can herd her over here. That's why I thought the mission would end if you push her.
Creep.
But I do.
Wait! Pass!
Turns out you gotta put on clothes first. Damn.
Done with the tea. Kazuhira. Go, go, go!
Yeah?
Line up the shots.
What?
She's confused by all this.
Go, go, go!
Yeah?
Taking it slow.
See, thanks.
Taking it slow.
See, thanks.
And she say something else after.
Taking it slow.
See,
Nope.
thanks.
I guess because she doesn't react to it.
I'm going it alone.
What? Why?
I'm going it alone.
What? Why?
Let's take it easy.
See, thanks.
I had to look at the watch. I almost thought that was an MSF logo in it. I don't think it is. No, wait, it might be. Shit, it's hard to tell. It might be. Just very low res, maybe. Because there's a yellow and there's a black side of it. It's half yellow, half black. Is it an MSF logo in it? It might be.
What's up?
I'm looking at my watch.
Let's take it easy.
See, thanks.
Kaz cosplay.
I'm going it alone.
I already did all these.
Why?
Line up the shots.
What?
Focus.
Yeah?
You can't do this.
See, thanks. Ah! Huh?
Ah, she's pissed now.
You can't do this.
See, thanks.
Why don't you like that? What's wrong with that?
I see you.
No way.
What the fuck? Why doesn't she like that?
Here.
Yeah.
This date is turning really awkward. It's just-
I feel the power within me.
What? No way.
oh my god. He's about to, yep.
Sweet dreams.
I am not sleepy.
God.
Settle down.
Yeah?
Rest in peace.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, these are all mostly boring with her.
Co-op Thunder.
Lightning!
Nice!
Co-op Thunder.
Lightning!
Line up the shot.
What?
Yeah, these just don't work for her.
I see you.
What? No way.
I don't understand why she doesn't like that one.
Creep.
Okay. I see you. Creep.
Huh. Wait. Yes!
I gotta get 500,000 heroism. What is it? The surrender? That actually works. Might be similar though. The Co-op Thunder one is very unique. I'm glad I tried it, both of them. Okay, let's see. Where are we at here? Co-op Thunder. Okay.
It's the enemy. Cover.
At least these are all
Got it.
one little thing each instead of 3. Let's see.
Follow me.
Okay, we are at follow me now.
I don't think so. Good work.
And that one's lame, but okay.
Somebody get over here.
Maybe they'll follow you if you say that. Yeah, I'll get right on it, Sneaky.
Form up and move out. We're pulling out. Take cover.
Impressive is lame. Good luck. Maybe, but eh. This one's lame.
Hold it. I'm good to go. Defend the target. I'm under attack. Enemy position unknown.
We should actually continue the story, but doing a little bit of a experimentation. Oh look, nice outfit.
Good work.
Arigato.
Good work.
Arigato.
Good work.
All right.
I don't think so.
That's just like you. Whoa, whoa!
Okay, if I need him to like me again, just
Okay, you win. Whoa!
I don't think so.
That's just like you. Whoa!
Form up and move out.
Oh, Snake, you're gonna make me cry.
That's weird. He has the same reaction, but he doesn't like it.
Form up and move out.
Oh, Snake, you're gonna make me cry.
He is following me, though. Is it really because of the line? Because they also follow you when they like you, naturally, but... I didn't do that much to him to make him like me, so maybe it does work. Hold on, let's try it from the get-go.
Form up and move out.
Oh, Snake, you're gonna make me cry.
Yeah, it works. Nice. How do I stop it, though? How do I stop following me? Oh, without restarting the mission?
Whoa! Nice one.
Maybe if I stun him.
Okay, whoa!
I've been fucking around with this for a while now. Don't worry. Oh my god, he's still following me.
Good luck.
I don't believe in luck.
Oh, nice.
Form up and move out.
Oh, Snake, you're gonna make me cry.
Oh, maybe if I tell him I'm going at it alone or something. I should have kept it.
Take cover.
Haven't seen anybody.
Take cover.
Haven't seen anybody.
We're pulling out.
That's cold, Snake.
Maybe. Nope, still following.
Good luck.
I don't believe in luck.
New Kaz lore.
I'm under attack. Enemy position on.
Lay off. There's nobody else around.
Defend the target.
What are you talking about?
Hold it.
Can't wait any longer.
I'm good to go.
No problems here.
Somebody get over here.
I'm here.
Oh, he doesn't like that one? Hey, now he's not following me.
Somebody get over here. Somebody get over here.
I'm here.
Stomp.
Form up and move out. Form up and move out.
Huh?
No, he doesn't like me now, so he's not gonna do it.
I don't think so.
That's just like you.
Shit, he might walk out.
I
Yep.
misjudged you, Snake.
That's so.
Kaz, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Come on! Kaz!
Okay. Was that all the messages? Yeah, I think that was actually all of them.
I feel the power within me.
Me too, Snake.
Somebody get over here.
I'm here.
Form up and move out.
Huh? Whoa!
Form up and move out. Form up and move out.
Oh, Snake, you're gonna make me cry.
That walk. Oh shit. He's stunned over there. Fuck. Fuck it. We'll get some more mines. I guess we have to try these on pads first. They're probably not gonna work well. Who knows, maybe they have a crazy reaction to one of them. I don't have any family. Good luck.
Hold it.
Yeah!
Right.
I'm under attack. Enemy position on.
What? The enemy? Where?
Defend the target.
What is it, Snake?
I'm good to go.
What is it, Snake?
Yeah, I guess most of these don't do anything for her. Oh, I didn't try these. But it's probably the same.
Follow me.
Yeah!
Is she actually? Yes.
Somebody get over here.
You do not like being with me?
Good work.
Yeah!
I don't think so.
What are you talking about?
She's pissed.
Good luck.
Yeah!
She likes that. Okay.
Got it.
What are you talking about?
It's the enemy.
What? The enemy? Where?
I don't know what I expected.
Cover.
What is that cover for?
Cover.
What is that cover for?
We're pulling out.
You do not like being with me?
Take cover.
What is it, Snake?
Form up and move out.
No!
She just straight up says no. Hey. Anything nice?
Good work.
Yeah!
Yeah, she's still pissed though. It's so hard. So much harder to please her. Why did you just slap her? And she likes it, yeah, like Kaz.
Form up and move out.
Yeah?
Okay, but if you do it when she doesn't like you,
Huh?
she just says no. She's super pissed.
Form up and move out.
No! Creep!
Short story.
Wait.
Okay, fuck it. So while all of this is going on in Mother Base, the doorknob escapes and Paz pours her diary. I guess we should end this. The doorknob escaped approximately 6 billion times.
Snake, Zadornov's disappeared from his cell again. Find him. Snake, Zadornov's disappeared from his cell again. Find him.
Really?
Snake, Zadornov's disappeared again. Get out there and retrieve him. Snake, Zadornov's escaped custody again. You have to track him down. Snake, Zadornov has escaped custody. Find him.
The doorknob. Okay, let's do her diary now, and then we'll find the doorknob. Okay.
As of today, I will be living here at Mother Base. Now my real trial begins. Zadornov was paying my room, board, and tuition, but he has since been captured. I told the man that with no more money from the KGB, I could no longer afford school. He bought my story, and when I said I would be willing to work, he took pity on me and let me stay. For some reason, Miller really pled my case. That was helpful, but the man is still a fool. His men are no better. They think their training makes them strong, but that kind of strength is nothing in the face of true power. And better yet, they wait on me hand and foot, believing I am just a schoolgirl. Looks like I won't be working too hard after all. Just today, while scouting out the living quarters, I saw a group of them in the corner of the deck making a fuss. Going over for a look, I saw they were feeding a kitten. A bunch of grown hard men, and they're the ones acting like schoolgirls. Look, isn't he cute? What is wrong with them? Disgusted, I just nodded and smiled. I must stay in character after all. I indulged their chit-chat for a few moments. Then one of them asked me to give the thing a name. They had just taken it from its mother. I named it Nuke. I improvised some nonsense about how our compassion for living things can help prevent wars. The men gave me a little fish. I held it out in my palm and the kitten happily ate it up. What a pathetic, feeble creature. It sickens me. Today, Chico invited me to go fishing with the soldiers. I suppose finding one's own food does have its merit, but I prefer not to be involved in such a degrading task. And their prattling on about fishing being fun is nonsense. I'm not here to find playmates. Nevertheless, distasteful as it was, I went along in order to maintain my cover. Chico thrust a fishing pole into my hands, and we went up onto the deck where several soldiers had gathered. They welcomed us warmly. With so few women aboard Mother Base, I'm treated like a princess. No one suspects I am neither a teenager nor a student. It was nice and sunny, with a gentle breeze and waves. As I cast my line and waited for a bite, the soldiers began to ask me all sorts of questions. As always, I answered according to our predefined scenario, feigning a smile. As I sat there feeding them lies, the fish began to bite, and the soldiers began to focus on their prey. Chico had his bait stolen by a fish, and got so angry that he stood up and nearly fell into the sea. Everybody laughed. It almost made me want to join in too. At some point, I got a bite myself. The instant after I felt that first gentle tug, the fish yanked the line with astonishing strength, and I let out a cry of surprise. I thought he was going to be huge. It was my first time fishing, and I was a bit flustered, so the soldier beside me helped by supporting the pole from behind. "Reel it in," they shouted. I nodded, turning the handle as fast as I could. I wondered what kind of fish lived below the surface. and thought back to the deep sea dives I had to do as part of training. Those were difficult days, but I remember finding the multicolored fish gliding through the water incredibly soothing. After a hard fight, I pulled it up. To my surprise, it wasn't even half a vara, rather anticlimactic. But I wasn't doing it for fun, so I wasn't the least bit disappointed. Nook was hovering nearby with an expectant look on his face, so I gave the fish to him. All in all, a thoroughly wasted day. Preparations are coming along nicely. No one suspects me of being the one to let Zadarnov out of his cell. Today, Amanda and I taught Cecile how to make gallo pinto. It is a simple home-cooked dish consisting of black frijoles mixed with arroz. It is well known throughout Central America, not just in Costa Rica, so it is no surprise that a Nica like Amanda would be good at making it. But I was raised in the States from a very young age, and could hardly even remember my mother's gallo pinto. Having to make chit-chat with that clueless bird lover and the so-called revolutionary was excruciating. And, clueless or not, I will need to be especially careful around Cecile, the one who actually recorded that tape. Thankfully, Miller and his men seemed to believe I mistook the tape I found for one my friend made. In any case, one can never be too careful. Anyway, the three of us minced garlic and herbs, then cooked them in a pot with frijoles we'd soaked overnight. While waiting for them to cook, we sautéed onions and arroz in a frying pan. Cecile worked the frying pan according to Amanda's directions, but seemed a bit glum. She does have a knack for cooking, though. She is French, after all. We added water to the pan and watched the arroz begin to steam. While we waited, Amanda shared memories of her mother with us. They had been separated because of Simosa, but the taste of her mother's cooking was still fresh in her mind. When the frijoles were ready, we drained the water, stir-frying them with the rest of the vegetables. Quite a complicated process for home cooking. Nonetheless, it kept them occupied. The longer we sat and talked, the greater the chance of my arousing their suspicions. With women, it is not enough to just bat your eyelashes and giggle. It takes a lot of effort to divert attention. When the arroz was done cooking, we folded it into the frijoles and added salsa, stirring the mixture as it simmered. At this point, for some reason, the conversation turned to romance. Why does it have to be that way whenever women get together and chat? Cecile fancies herself to be well versed in such matters, and gave Amanda all sorts of advice. It was harmless enough, until, to my irritation, she began pestering me whether there was anybody I liked. Not right now, I said, trying to dodge the question. But she pressed on. It's Snake, isn't it? I gritted my teeth and played it coy. Maybe. Cecile nodded and giggled. He is pretty sexy, isn't he? What a ditz. It's all I can manage to just survive. The thought of romance has never once crossed my mind. I have no interest in that kind of man. Soon enough, a rich aroma began to fill the room. The gallo pinto was ready. New came over and rubbed up against our legs, looking for a handout. Unfortunately, it was not the kind of food a cat would like. We let a few of the soldiers have a bite, and then headed off to the mess hall. The home-cooked flavor we'd achieved was a big hit with the men of MSF. Not that we are trying to impress them or anything. Even I could manage a dish like that. Snake enjoyed it too. Let me make this absolutely clear. I have no interest in that man. Football, or soccer as it is known in the States, is extremely popular here. It has not caught on yet in the US, but it has legions of rabid fans all across Latin America. These fans can get so rowdy that it is commonly believed El Salvador and Honduras went to war in 1969 over scuffles in a soccer match. In reality, tensions between the two countries were already high. The match was merely one of the sparks that set them off. But these people are so passionate about this sport that the story seems plausible. Predictably, many of the soldiers here are fans. They have apparently divided themselves into Costa Rican and Nicaraguan teams and started playing each other. To play, you need a ball and 2 goals. The R&D team built and set up simple goals on the deck. I had absolutely no interest, but Chico insisted that I come and watch. It was not a proper match by any means. The pitch was not even regulation size, but the players and spectators alike got pretty excited. They banged empty cans and shouted cheers through the handmade megaphones. It almost felt like carnival. Huey, the referee, blew a whistle to start the match. The soldiers' training has left them in excellent physical shape, but they lack the honed skills of professionals and their play was quite rough. Midway through, one of the men collided with another. They started shouting at one another, but Huey stepped in. "I thought we had forsaken our countries, become one with the earth," he said, quoting Snake. "We're not competing for national pride here, and we are not fighting for the good of any one country. This is not a war. Soccer is a peaceful sport, am I right?" The soldiers nodded. They know the pain of war, and they share Snake's vision. Perhaps that is why all this resonates with them. Team Costa Rica was down a man, and somehow I was picked to fill in. Costa Rica had the advantage up until that point. I suppose Huey wanted to keep it balanced. The soldiers agreed with Huey's call. Maybe the Costa Rican players felt an even matchup would be more fun too. I could not be bothered to run at first, but chasing the ball out there in the hot sun, I was soon drenched in sweat. Before long, I found myself actively seeking out the ball, partially out of desperation. I picked up a loose ball deep on the opponent's side of the field. Even though he's Nicaraguan, Chico cheered me on, yelling, "Go for it, shoot!" I launched the ball as hard as I could, only to have it blocked by the keeper. Disappointment only increased my determination. In the end, I didn't score a single goal, and Costa Rica gave up its lead. It was really close, though. We congratulated each other on a good match and sprawled out in the shade on the deck, exhausted. The ocean breeze felt so nice on my sun-soaked body. Nuke came over. It is one of his favorite spots, and stretched out next to me. And together, we watched fluffy white clouds drift lazily across the clear blue sky. It was lovely out today, so I decided to sun myself in a lounge chair up on the deck when Strangelove came up to me. Despite the heat, she was in her usual long sleeves and pants. I waved at her. She looked away and mumbled, "Hello there. Fancy meeting you here." I asked if she needed anything, feeling her eyes creeping up and down my body like she was savoring it. Finally, she swallowed and said, "You have such beautiful skin." Bewildered, I shook my head and said, "No, not at all. I had heard rumors that she was a lesbian, but she couldn't be after me, could she?" She continued to stare and said, "No, it is beautiful, but you must not let yourself get so tanned." And then she took my hand in hers. "What is wrong with a little sun?" I asked, trying to cut the conversation short. But she shook her head violently. "No, you mustn't. A young lady should take better care of her skin." She was acting strangely now, as if aroused. She lectured me on the perils of tanning, how it ages skin, causing wrinkles and spots, and in the worst cases, even skin cancer. I knew already that tanning could cause spots, but I thought only pale-skinned Anglo-Saxons had to deal with that. Having a scientist tell me it causes aging, though, that spooked me a little. If I am to keep playing the teenager, I will have to start paying more attention to my skin. Sensing my anxiety, she took a small tube from her pocket. She said it was the sunscreen she always used. She told me to keep it. I didn't know what to say. I was more than happy to take it, but exactly what were her intentions? Was she merely being nice? Or is she really into me? Either way, there was no reason to refuse, I suppose. I have undergone training. An out-of-shape woman does not pose any real threat to me. Having power means not being afraid. It is the same on a global scale. A country with nukes can dictate terms to a country without them. I thanked her and took the tube. Then she offered to put some on for me. She squirted some lotion onto her fingers and began rolling it into my chest. It happened so suddenly, and I was so taken aback that I did not even think to protest. She caressed my stomach with her long white fingers, then slid them upwards between my bikini-clad breasts. What? Wait, I sputtered as her moist eyes met mine. She was beautiful. Somehow, I found myself captivated by this woman more than 10 years my elder. Hold still, she whispered in my ear. I nodded silently, unable to refuse. My body went limp, motionless, as if in a trance. Gently, carefully, she rubbed the lotion all over my entire body. I shouldn't have enjoyed it, and yet I could not help myself. For a moment, I was spellbound. That woman is dangerous. I had better watch myself. Protecting one's health is an important part of any agent's job. But despite my best efforts, I have caught a cold. Now that I think about it, Mother Base's numbers are on the rise, with soldiers coming from all different places and backgrounds. It is no wonder, then, that sooner or later someone would bring in a virus. That said, what I have got is just a common cold. The medical team said I'd need a few days' rest, so I've been restricted to my room and put on bed rest. I thought I'd gotten used to not having anyone around to relate to, but at times like these, being alone is just miserable. All I could do is lay there and stroke Nuke's back, trying to take my mind off how bad I felt. Nuke just sat there, not making a sound. But I did have visitors. Amanda and Chico, Huey, Cecile, Miller, and a few of the soldiers I've become relatively close to. Amanda made me a soup with herbs she said were good for a cold. Miller told me to take it easy. I will sing you a lullaby, he said, then broke out a guitar and sang some incomprehensible song in Japanese. I did not need to understand the lyrics to know he is an awful singer. Then he said, "You know what is good for a cold? Suppositories. Here, I'll show you." He began to take off his pants, so I threw my tissue box at him to make him go away. Then Strangelove showed up, saying she had some miracle Indian cure. It has got eucalyptus extract, she said. It works best if you rub it into your chest. And then she tried to take off my nightshirt. I whacked her with my pillow, and I got rid of her. Chico brought me a little flower in a cup. It had been growing in a little bit of earth that probably found its way on board stuck to something else. I found this on the deck. Here, you can have it. He tried to act nonchalant, but I am pretty sure he's got a crush on me. None of them understand. If they thought these little visits would cheer me up, they were wrong. Tonight, Snake himself came to my room. Like the rest, he believes I am just a schoolgirl and treats me as such. "Why did you abandon your country?" I asked him. "Why create the MSF?" Of course, I knew the answers already, but I wanted to hear it from him. As I had imagined, he was not exactly forthcoming. All he would say is that his country abandoned him because all he could do was fight, and that is why he needed the MSF, because that is all he is any good for. Then he said, "Fighting is the only thing I understand, but that does not mean I have got a grudge against those who believe in peace. I am not one of them, and I do not believe in peace. Conflict is in man's nature. We fight our enemies in order to survive. Maybe we are not so different after all, he and I. But that is exactly why I'm going to have to kill him. Or else he will have to kill me. When I stop and think about this wretched existence, being killed by a man like that suddenly does not seem like such a bad thing. Every month, Mother Base throws a party for all the soldiers whose birthdays fall in that month. There is something strange about a military organization having parties. Really though, it is just an excuse to drink and make noise. It is not easy to get alcohol on a fortress in the middle of the ocean. Most days they are training from dawn till dusk. They do not have time for things like drinking. That is why Snake and Miller came up with the idea to give everyone a chance to let loose. Obviously, a bunch of boors like that are not going to bother with blowing out candles on a cake. Rather, they sit there in a cloud of cigarette smoke, drink beer, eat meat, tell tasteless jokes, and swap crude insults about one another's hometowns. But it hardly ever breaks out into something serious. They talk up a storm, but they're just having fun. It is funny. You have got members of FSLN rubbing shoulders with the UCLAs, people who once would have considered the other mortal enemies. I wonder if that is what makes Big Boss so popular. In leaving their countries behind, they leave their hatred for other countries too. Miller seemed a little protective of me. Hope they're not being too crude, he said. But soon enough, he too was drunk. He yelled, "Come here and take a look at the real Kazuhira Miller," then dropped his pants and mooned everybody. The other soldiers burst out laughing. I have never seen such a crude, ridiculous party before. And yet, all these people, laughing and acting the fool. Is this what they call peace? For some reason, I began to think about all that has happened since I came here. Fishing with Chico, cooking with Amanda and Cecile, playing soccer, having visitors when I caught a cold. When I stop and think about it, my time here has been the most peaceful of my life. But that is about to end. I cannot imagine he will be willing to negotiate. It seems I am to fight the legendary Big Boss. I do not know if I'll be able to beat him, but if I have to choose between death and defying Cypher, I will gladly choose death. The thought of dying does not scare me, but if I disobey my orders, the fear and despair awaiting me will be far worse than anything I can imagine. It was Cypher who took me in as an orphan, gave me food and a place to live. His orders may have been unreasonable, but I will never repay my debt entirely. It seems I have no choice. I must fight this man. I must fight Snake. Juno Miller, Snake's right-hand man, apparently has got at least one serious weakness. He is an insatiable womanizer. He does not bother me, most likely because he considers teenagers off limits. But he has hit on every single one of the few female soldiers here at Mother Base. They ought to be telling him where to stick it, but end up falling for it so easily. I think some of it stems from the fact that he is actually not that bad looking. Anyway, today, that nasty habit got him in trouble. He and Snake got into one of their rare fights, and I was there to see it. They burst out of the showers, completely naked, trading punches. I am no child. The sight of a naked man does not make me blush. But this was something else. "Maybe this'll teach you," Snake yelled as he slammed his fists into Miller's chest. I heard later that apparently he had been two-timing someone, and that same someone had gone to Snake with her troubles. As I see it, it is her own fault for letting herself be deceived like that. If she is too dumb to see through Miller's lies, then she got what she deserved. But this was not the first time it had happened, or the second, and Snake read Miller the riot act. Miller argued back, and what began as a shouting match turned into a fist fight. "You son of a bitch," Miller yelled as he swung. "Not bad," said Snake, smiling, "but not good enough." And then he was back on the offensive. They had already been at it pretty hard in the showers, and their bodies were covered with bruises. Both of these men had been trained for war, their bodies deadly weapons. They were each bleeding from a dozen places. All this from a fist fight. Even so, it was far less gruesome than if they had given it their all. It was obvious that one of them would be dead were they fighting for real. Miller took another swing, yelling, "Try this then!" Snake parried, then responded in kind. But I could tell he was not aiming for anything vital. "You are one tough bastard, boss," Miller muttered. A smile crept across his face as he caught his breath. And then they went right on fighting. Blood and sweat flew off their glistening bodies. It was combat without hatred or hostile intent. I had never seen violence like this before. And yet, it was more than just a friendly tussle. They were utilizing every technique they knew. It was not a sporting match. They were not playing by the rules. How could they keep this up? At last, the two men tired themselves out, and the bizarre scene came to an end. They looked at each other's battered bodies, and then burst out laughing, embracing and congratulating each other on a good fight. It all seemed so idiotic. I still cannot fathom such behavior. But somehow, I got the sense that for all his womanizing, Miller really only trusted one person, and that was Snake. There was no way I could ever come between the two of them, and at that thought, I began to feel as if I had lost. All of Mother Base is preparing for a festival. Since Snake and his soldiers spend so much time fighting, they are setting aside one day a year for peace and relaxation. I do not know all the details, but apparently that is what Snake and Miller decided. These soldiers love the idea, of course. There is so little fun to be had here that everybody looks forward to events like these. That is all well and good, but somehow I got roped into getting on stage. "Come on, we even both have peace in our name," said Miller. "And Zadarnov, that old Ruski's name, has something to do with peace too, right? Hey, as long as we're having a day of peace, we ought to get an act together. The Three-Piece Band." I thought he was joking. He then proceeded to share his idea without bothering to check with me. And now, I am slated to sing. Apparently, he had heard me on the deck one day, and since then he's wanted to form a band. Everybody's looking forward to it, so there is no way for me to back out now. I have never done anything like this, but it does feel kind of nice to know that people are looking forward to it. I mean, it cannot be any worse than Miller's singing, but modifications to Zeke are already finalized, and I must complete my mission. Betray Cypher now, and I will face a fate far worse than death. Still, there's no need to put things in motion just yet. What difference would it make to just wait a little while longer? A whole day of peace. The mission can wait until after that. Can it not? I know I am only delaying the inevitable. When the day comes, one of us will have to die. Snake or me. But still, if I could just come up with some way to stall Cypher, at least until our day of peace. When did I start having thoughts like this? My cover is blown. They know nothing of Cypher or my true objective, but they know I am a spy. There is no more time left. I must act now. I must complete my mission. How did it come to this? All I wanted was 3 more days. Just 3. Miller's already finished writing the song. It is called Love Deterrent. It is about a girl who cannot express her true feelings. I have been practicing. I am no pro, but I was pretty sure I would do a decent job. And now this. Cypher found out that Zeke was complete. He must have someone inside Mother Base besides me, spinning his tightly wound web of control, leaving no room for individual will. Typical. When they found out Zeke was complete, I was ordered to execute the operation immediately. If I was going to enjoy just one day of peace, I had to ensure the plan could not move forward. I tried to sabotage Zeke. I thought by damaging the drive system, they would have no choice but to delay their plans. I waited until midnight, and then snuck into the hangar. There would be trouble if it looked like sabotage. I selected one of the drive system's load-bearing parts and carefully worked to warp its shape. The leg's drive system requires a high degree of precision to operate. Even the smallest deviation would have done it. Then, Chico walked in. Maybe it was one of those nights where he could not sleep. In any case, he saw me, panicked, and took off running. It would have been easy to kill him, but I could not. I know he likes me. It is not as if I would ever have an interest in a child like him, but I could not pull the trigger. Not at him, not in the back. Will he tell them? Or is there a chance he will keep it a secret? Protect me? No. He knows now. Knows I am not who he thought I was. He ran without even questioning what I was doing. There is no chance he does not know. And soon, all I have built here will end. And if Cypher has another agent among them, if he finds out I tried to sabotage Zeke, this place will no longer be my heaven. Then it is settled. I make my move now. Chico walked in before my sabotage was complete, so Zeke should still be operational. It might not run at full speed or power, but I do not have time to fix that. Without Zeke, I do not have a chance in hell of winning. I must act fast before Chico sounds the alarm. I knew it would come to this. I just did not think it would be so soon. It is time, Zeke. Metal Gear Zeke. Activate.
Alright. After Zadornov escapes a million times.
Snake, Zadornov's escaped. You have to find him. Commence target practice.
Eventually you would go crazy and look it up. And he is in the shooting range.
Survival.
Let's see. See, the thing is, though, he only appears there once, but luckily, this game has an actual functional cutscene viewer, unlike a certain other game. You would hear a little laugh in the background here.
When you're done, head over to the exit.
Just for cinematic effect. So doorknob would be here. But I guess we gotta play that scene manually. Not too bad, it's just one thing. Yeah, honestly, I don't know how else you're supposed to find out. Kaz tells you that he can't put a new mission in the mission list because he doesn't know where he is this time at all. And eventually, I guess, if you're gonna do side ops, eventually you would end up there again. Yeah, look at this, a functional cutscene viewer menu. And that's where you would find him the last time.
Big boss!
Is done.
What are you talking about?
V for victory. Rocket, peace.
found Zadornov. I had to kill him.
Huh. So much for our fugitive.
Something's not right here. I'm thinking he had a friend.
Someone inside MSF. Huh?
What's going on?
It's Zeke. It's moving.
What?
There's somebody inside. I can see them. Snake, get up here. Pronto!
Rocket piss.
Took you long enough, big boss.
Boss. Get down from there before you hurt somebody.
Maybe I want to hurt somebody.
What's going on? She's not herself.
Oh, I am myself, all right. My true self.
Kaz, shut that thing down.
I can't! The controls aren't responding!
Then how's it moving?
I made some modifications. This machine was meant to have a human pilot.
Modifications? Paz, what are you...
Never thought I'd be into machines, huh?
Then Zadornov's escape was a diversion.
Paz, what are you doing?
I'm taking it back.
Taking it back? Where?
To our leaders. To Cypher.
Cypher?
This weapon is Cypher's creation.
Paz, get down from there!
Do not call me that. I am Pacifica Ocean.
My name, my age, my mission.
Cypher gave them all to me. My entire life has but one purpose. To carry out Cypher's plan. The nasty tobacco. The angel of peace scrap. The whole thing with a dream routine. I am through with all of it.
Paz, okay?
I told you not to call me that. It makes me want to puke. Everything has gone exactly as planned.
Now the real Peace Walker project is finally about to reach its goal.
Real project?
Once upon a time, there were two young men who idolized a hero called the Boss. One day, they suddenly lost the point of origin. This Cypher, that was like a mother to them. Unable to come to terms with their sorrow, they each decided to carry on the will of their hero. But they could not agree on what that meant. In the end, they became bitter enemies, and the Zero from which they both started was split into two. And you have been on the wrong path ever since. There is no happily ever after waiting for you in the end, unless you obey the will of Cypher. Where does an army without borders call home? A state without borders, of course. A world without borders.
A world without borders.
The Cold War order is about to collapse. The age of electronic intelligence is about to begin. The NSA, CSS, NRO, DIA, etc., etc. The intelligence community that has long bickered amongst itself will be united in a world governed by electrons. Cypher will gather all information, watching over the world and guiding the will of its people, all while they remain blissfully unaware. There will be no one to oppose them. For the first time, the world will be ruled by a single will. Until the new order is in place, you and your army will be the force that protects it. You will be Cypher's deterrent, pulling the wool over the eyes of the old order with your charisma and military prowess. Accept our offer, and we will allow you to retain control of MSF and Zeke.
That's an offer.
The boss threw down her gun, and with it, her life's calling. You, her disciple, have never been able to do that. You are too afraid to let go.
I was made to fight. I am a gun.
Is that so? Then what do you call this? Is it a gun too? You are a lousy liar. Admit it. This thing is a monstrosity, a product of your own fear. But not Cypher. Cypher thought of something different. Cypher's going to control guns.
Control guns?
That is right. Not deter, control. It is the ultimate approach to the illusion of peace.
Control power. You're gonna be disappointed.
Then we are done. Thank you for playing. Better luck next time. The offer
is rescinded. And now the ultimatum. Zeke is already in nuclear strike mode.
What?
I'm taking the weapon you built and using it to launch a nuclear strike on the east coast of the United States.
You're insane. What are you after?
But wait, here is your consolation prize. We are about to show the world just how dangerous a gang of outlaws, an army without borders can be. You and your men will become pariahs, and you will be wiped off the face of the earth. Rather than heroes, you will be seen as a well-armed extremist cult prone to indiscriminate outbursts of nuclear aggression.
You will give rise to a new world order, an age of deterrence defined by its fear of extremist cult influence. Do you like the picture I am painting, Big Boss?
When all is said and done, peace is nothing but a fantasy. A game is a game. You either win or you lose. All you can do is fight. Stop me if you can. The peace sign is the V of victory. Say, peace.
All the people confused about why she's naked and why there's water in the cockpit. They actually answer that in the Phantom Pain, your favorite game ever. How do you not know? I mean, it's not the answer that they talk about it and they confirm it pretty much, but it's already pretty much covered in this game. It's to fill up the air, the gaps, the pressure, the shakiness of the cockpit. What the fuck am I doing here? So they needed water to buffer it, and since she has to be underwater, naturally she has to be naked. Let's see. I don't want to completely fucking destroy her in 2 hits. This is... Fuck it. Stinger versus Metal Gear it is. Also, I think this Zeke has Peace Walker legs. So I might have to shoot down the ass mines. Yeah, those are Peace Walker legs. Makes it even more like Rex.
Got to stop her, whatever it takes. Awaiting your orders.
Stop me if you can.
Man, the radome isn't even a target in this. Trying to be canon. It does do damage though. And with front. In dick. Those are actually pretty annoying.
Don't worry about collateral damage. You have to destroy Zeke. It's the only way. How could you be so foolish?
Strange Love is sad.
Zeke's armor is thinner in some areas. Aim for the weak spots. Aim for the AI pod.
What AI pod? Kaz? What the fuck are you on about? I forgot you said that. What? Oops. They missed. That's gonna hit like Panama or some shit.
Zeke's getting distracted by the gun platforms. Now's your chance to attack. Zeke's armor is...
I even thought that we should go bird watching together sometime.
Transport catapult ready to launch.
Please, make sure Barty's okay.
It's kind of an insult to Zeke. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I'm surprised she hasn't used a jetpack yet. Maybe lower health. Ooh. Forgot that's what she says for it. Oh fuck. Yep. Secret as fuck. Oh boy. Secret. Here's somebody who only did one ending in Peace Walker. Damn, imagine finding out like this, though. There's nothing secret about it. The game tells you that there's a chapter 5. Ooh. Claymores. What the fuck am I gonna do with claymores? Maybe when she's sliding all over the place. Oh shit. that hitbox. That was Chico for a sec. No, it's Strangelord. Fucking everyone is in love with Paz. Oh, it's gonna hurt. You bitch. Oh, how did that miss? He has rap. What AI pod? He just said it's a human pilot. Something's off with that line there. Yeah, actually. Oh god. Nope.
No use. Zeke is out of my control. This is where it ends. Listen to me, Big Boss. As long as your army is needed, the world will never know true peace.
The peace you will know will be fleeting, elusive. They will use you, disgrace you, and then finally discard you like they would a cancer to society. This is the path you have chosen.
Paz.
Who would have thought that little girl was working against us?
Tell me about it. She had everybody fooled, me included. Can't believe I didn't pick up on anything.
Snake, there's no point in beating yourself up over the past. But hey, maybe you should put in some practice against Zeke in case this sort of thing ever happens again. In any case, I need to go talk to Dr. Strangelove. Zeke still isn't ready.
Huey!
Well, guys, enjoy the ending. However, after the ending, there's still tapes about the ending.
How's it going? How's Zeke look?
The attitude control AI had a backup, so it should be able to walk.
Really? Well, that's good.
Beyond that, it's up to the creator. Stop! Don't come any closer, Doctor.
There's something I've been meaning to ask you. Do you despise me?
Doctor, are you asking me out?
No, not at all.
No? Pity. Because I've just had my heart broken by someone else.
What?
I only like those who can stand on their own. If you fancy me, then come walk with me. Who knows what miracles might happen. Love is blind after all. Take your time. I'll be waiting.
Snake!
That name Paz mentioned at the end, Cipher. It's a code. It means empty. It also means...
Zero.
A world of electronic intelligence, built on codes. And at the center of it all, a zero.
Cause...
Look, boss. I owe you an apology. Hear me out, okay?
Sure.
I, knew Paz and the Professor. I knew who they really were all along.
Cause...
I used them.
I suppose you were the one that brought them to Columbia in the first place, huh?
Guilty as charged. Paz wasn't just CIA, you know. She was working for the KGB, too. And for this Cipher group. In other words, she was a triple agent.
You knew all of this?
Wait, let me finish. Listen. MSF never would have gotten this big if it weren't for them. This mercenary business we built. Someday it's gonna be a new driving force in the world economy.
Is that your goal all along?
The Cold War's not gonna last forever. Sooner or later it's gonna give way to an era of regional conflicts and terrorism. A paradigm shift from counter-communism to counter-terrorism. In the new age, armies won't be tied to states, and war will become a business. We'll be a valuable commodity. There'll be clients all over the world who need our services. MSF is only the beginning. What we're creating here is a revolution in itself. Am I right?
Cuz, it's not going to be that easy.
What do you mean?
This whole Peace Walker thing has left our mark on the history of the Old Order. We've put ourselves on the radar of intelligence agencies and governments east and west. The whole world probably knows about us now.
Including that Cipher outfit.
We've let ourselves interfere with the times, with the Cold War system of deterrence. We're an army without a flag. We weren't supposed to take sides in international affairs, but we did.
I see your point. So what happens to us now?
We'll be hunted.
Not everybody's gonna be happy with us, huh?
You're damn right. We upset the global military balance of power.
And these people would rather our army without borders not exist at all?
They're gonna come knocking real soon. There's no turning back now. We're a wrench in the old system of deterrence. As long as the times refuse to change, we're gonna make a hell of a racket.
Then who are we gonna fight?
The establishment. Anybody who tries to restore the old balance wants to snuff us out of existence.
Which establishment?
It won't be a particular country or ideology that hunts us.
Who then?
We are gonna be fighting the biggest beast of all. The Times. 10 years ago, the Times rejected the boss and killed her. And now, we're the ones being tested. Will the Times erase us? Or work with us? It's gonna be a lonely battle. No good or evil. No winners or losers. Business will have to wait. The question we have to ask ourselves now is, can we survive long enough to see the 21st century?
I'm with you, boss. We'll see how it turns out together.
The hunt is on, Kaz. And the whole world's on our tail. Assemble the men.
Petals of white cover fields flowing in grieving tears, and all the hearts once new, owned and shattered now. Love can kill, love will die. Give me wings to fly, fleeing this world so cold. I just wonder why. Cold as a dart, now my words are frosted with every breath. Still the hate burns wild, growing inside this heart. When the wind changes course, when the stars align, I will reach out to you and leave this all behind. When heavens divide. When heavens divide, I will see the choices within my hands. How can we ever protect and fight without
Damn, imagine hating on Heaven's Divide. Cringe. Laugh Man with 56 months, thank you.
I will see the choices within my hands. How can we ever protect and fight with our tiny soul? Let me shine like the sun through the doubts and fear. Do you feel the storm approach as the end draws near? When heavens divide, time will come to softly lay me down. Then I can see a face that I long to see. And for you, only you, I would give anything, leaving a trace for love to find a way. When heavens and for you, only you, I would give anything, leaving a trace for love to find a way. When heavens
What next? After streaming for 15 hours? Sleep. That's what's next. I might fuck around and we'll do Grim Zeros and then I'll fuck around Phantom Pain. I mean, I'll play the game wrong. Formed by Paz. Might fuck around MGS 3 or 4. Maybe some MGO. TPP, toilet paper pain. Oh, nice, Montresor. Yeah, we can do some MGO. I kind of want to fuck around with an MGS4, like Ghost Run kind of thing I had in mind.
We will forsake our countries. We will leave our motherlands behind us and become one with this earth. We have no nation, no philosophy, no ideology. We go where we're needed, fighting not for country, not for government, but for ourselves. We need no reason to fight. We fight because we are needed. We will be the deterrent for those with no other recourse. We are soldiers without borders, our purpose defined by the era we live in. We will sometimes have to sell ourselves and services. If the times demand it, we'll be revolutionaries, criminals, terrorists. And yes, we may all be headed straight to hell. But what better place for us than this? It is our only home, our heaven and our hell. This is utter heaven.
Right, viewer? Happy ending. Alright, just a couple more tapes.
Remember that habit Paz had, Snake? How she always had her index finger on her upper lip like this?
Yeah. It bugged me ever since we first met her. Never figured her for a snuff user.
I can't believe we never noticed.
She used the kind where you keep a pouch of leaf in your upper jaw, let it absorb through your gums. She might not have been used to it. Probably used her finger to keep it in place.
How could Paz... We were gonna start a band together.
She was posing as a KGB agent, too.
She must have put on the act to get close to Galvez. Wonder how much Coleman knew. But the whole time she was working for some organization called Cypher.
Huh. Cypher. Ring any bells, Kaz?
Cypher. It means code, or zero in
What
Arabic
an asshole.
numerals.
Zero.
Does that mean something to you?
Not sure.
You know, cipher and zero were basically the same word. It's a linguistic redundancy. The word stems from the Sanskrit shunya. It corresponds to the Buddhist concept of emptiness. In Buddhism, shunya means hollow. It supposedly refers to something that's swollen and empty on the inside.
A big swollen emptiness. Just like outer space.
Just like MGSV.
Chico, I heard you saw Paz trying to sabotage Zeke before she activated.
I should have stopped her. If only I hadn't run away. I could have captured her before she got inside. If I'd done that, she'd still be here.
She was carrying a gun. Probably trained to use it too. Don't blame yourself. You couldn't have stopped her anyway. You were unarmed.
Could have at least talked to her. If I'd promised not to tell anyone, Paz wouldn't have gone and done what she did. It's just I was so shocked. I panicked. Ran away.
Chico, when you saw Paz, she was trying to sabotage it, right?
Huh? Well, yeah.
And right after that, she took control of it, tried to make me surrender. Something doesn't add up. Why would she sabotage Zeke when she was about to use it against me?
What?
Her actions were inconsistent. Even for a spy. If she wanted to destroy Zeke, she could have done it and run away. But if her goal was to steal Zeke, she'd have no motive to sabotage it.
I don't know.
Maybe your seeing her caused her to change her plan. I don't get it.
Do you think Paz was planning to double-cross Cypher? Without Zeke, she wouldn't have any way to threaten you.
If that were the case, she could have told me all that from the beginning. She wouldn't have had to try and sabotage it.
I guess so, but that was the day before Peace Day. Paz was going to sing in a band. I couldn't wait to hear her. What if she wasn't going to double-cross them? Maybe she just wanted to at least be able to enjoy that.
Chico.
I knew it! If only I hadn't run away. If I talked to her. Promise I wouldn't tell anybody.
Don't second-guess yourself. Think about who might have been hurt if you kept quiet.
Yeah, but...
Besides, we don't know for sure she's dead. She was ejected into the ocean, and she had scuba equipment with her.
Yeah.
Stop beating yourself up over the past, Chico. Put your hope in the future. The past is the past, but the future is up to you.
Right, boss.
Yeah, little bitch. Shit, I haven't done these apes in this save. That's okay. Here comes secret file.
It's me. Smoothly? Naturally? No. Big Boss doesn't know the truth. No, Langley hasn't decided what to do yet. Their hands are full with their own mess. True. Lubyanka is in the same boat. Yes. Other eyes continue to watch, but no sign of contact so far. Exactly. It's a non-state army to use however they want. They've probably decided there's no sense in wiping them out just yet. Better to make use of them. Indeed they have. There's a site near Angola. And we fully validated the AI as well. Agreed. In the end, a machine is just that. A machine. Sigan was right. It seems it's time for a change in approach. Machines are best suited to specialize in high-level data processing. Yes, of course. Speaking of which, any news on the Suns? 2. Already? Really? But they're strictly an insurance policy, yes? So that's the idea. I wonder how Big Boss will respond. Yes, but I'm only interested in the business angle. Like I said before, I'm neither an enemy nor an ally. I'm merely a business partner. Don't forget it. Yes, I'll be in touch. My dear Zero.
Alright, there it is. Last bit of story content. To get this tape, you have to do every single side op in the game. That's not something you can do every time for a story run. That's why we switch saves, part of the reason. Alright, guys, that's it. Thank you for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'll be back. We'll do Ground Zeroes and we'll do Phantom Nonsense in the near future. Like I said, I might do some MGO or some other stuff in between, maybe some VR, big boss runs. I really want to try fucking around with MGS4, trying to do kind of like a ghost run, not interacting guards. I feel like that would be a lot of fun for Act 1 and 2, at least. And it would just be a completely different approach, probably lots of trial and error, just relearning things. Do it differently. I don't know, I just kinda been thinking about doing that. Maybe MGS3 as well. MGS3 and 4 kinda lend themselves well to that kinda challenge stuff. Anyway, that's it. I'll see you guys next time. Thank you for watching.